the internet. You can contact www.carsonca.gov or YouTube. Cable TV, Spectrum 35, and AT&T will also be available. You can call in your public comments. To make live comment over the phone, call 1-669-900-6833, meeting ID number 310-233-4888 on the date of the meeting during the portion of the agenda entitled All Communications. Email public comments can be emailed to the city clerk's office at cityclerk@carsonca.gov. Written comments can be placed in the metal drop box located in front of City Hall. Roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Sure thing, Madam Mayor. Good evening. Beginning with Councilmember Bocatia Rojas.
She's on mute.
Okay.
Good evening. Present.
Thank you. Councilmember Hicks.
Present.
Councilmember Deere.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Hilton.
Present.
And Mayor Lula Davis Holmes.
Present.
Thank you.
We'll have a flag salute by Councilman Hicks.
Everybody please stand, face your flag. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll now have an invocation by Pastor Robert Oliver, Harbor Community Church of God. Hi, Pastor, how are you? You're on mute. You're on mute.
Pastor, you're on mute. Oh, somebody coming to help you.
Then Kevin Kennedy.
I've already sent a request, Councilman.
Have you been in communication with him today?
I spoke to him earlier, Councilman, and I was showing him how to do the unmute earlier.
Okay. Hey, Bella. How you doing?
Pastor, do you see, I sent a prompt on your screen. I don't know if you can hear me. It says unmute. Can you see that on your screen there?
There it is.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let us pray. Oh God, the Father of all creation, we come before you with thanksgiving and call upon you on behalf of all these public servants and citizens who have gathered here this evening to execute the City of Carson's business. Forgive us of our sins as we forgive those who have sinned against us. Put into each official and speaker here tonight clean hearts to perform their responsibilities in a manner that is fair, just, and pleasing in your sight. Bless, O God, the outcome of this meeting, and always bless the city of Carson and its citizens. In Jesus' name we pray. Let us all say, amen.
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 Thank you for having me. God bless you.
And thank you for coming, Pastor, and Happy New Year's to you also.
Same to you all.
Have a blessed rest of your evening.
And God bless all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor.
Madam City Clerk, is there any public comment on closed session items?
Not at this time, Mayor.
Not at this time. Madam City Attorney, could you report on closed session items, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council will meet in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to enable the council to enable the Housing Authority to consider negotiations with Jordan Payne and Emily Ware, Thomas Saffron and Associates, with whom authority is negotiating, and to give direction to its negotiators regarding real property known as 526 West Carson Street and 21704 South Figueroa Street, APN number 7343-019-901 and 7343-019-900. The council will meet pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to enable the City Council to consider negotiations with real property known as East 223rd Street, APN number 7315-012-900, 7315-012-804, and to provide direction to agency negotiator David Roberts, acting city manager, regarding price and criteria to be determined by the City Council for terms of acquisition. Council will meet pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9E1 because there is a significant exposure to litigation in one case. And Council will meet pursuant to Government Code Section 5495.9 D1 to confer with legal counsel regarding pending litigation in two matters. Matter of Maria versus City of Carson, workers' comp, case number ADJ 1121848 and ADJ 1121848, ADJ 1264911. And the matter of Andrea versus City of Carson, workers' comp appeals board, case number ADJ 1217306 And council will meet pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9E1 because there's a significant exposure to litigation in one case. And lastly, the council will meet pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9B4 because the city is considering whether to initiate litigation in one case. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. We're going to adjourn to closed session. It should be back about 6:15, hopefully. If not, we'll have to take up any unfinished business after that time. So thank you. We're going to recess to closed session. They're up at top. You guys,
Oh, I see.
We are live.
well, good evening, everyone. We're going to reconvene from closed session. Madam City Manager, Attorney, could you report out on closed session items, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Housing Authority Board and the Council met in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to enable the City Council and the Housing Authority Board to get direction regarding negotiations related to real properties. In one of them, it's property known as 526 West Carson Street and 21704 South Figueroa Street. And the other one is East 223rd Street, APN number 7315-012-900, 7315-012-804. No reportable action was taken in either item. And the council also met pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4 because the city is considering whether to initiate litigation in one case. The council authorized litigation on challenging SB 9 for its lack of being narrowly tailored to accomplish the objectives stated by the state. That concludes my report. The rest of the items will be taken up at another closed session, sorry.
You're on mute, Madam Mayor.
Okay. The next item is item number 9, report from Captain Jones, Carson Sheriff Station. Is he with us?
I'm here, Madam Mayor.
How are you?
I'm great, ma'am. Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, as well as everyone else there, City Council, Mayor Pro Tem, and Acting City Manager. Hope everybody's fine this evening.
We are.
Good. I only have a few updates. Real short report. Last week, Councilman Dare, you had asked regarding the school police. And so I'm just going to give you a little information that I gathered from that question. Yes, school police has faced some budgets, and there's been some cutting to their service to the schools that we serve here in the city of Carson. Currently, our Deputy Bohorquez, who's our school resource deputy, she's giving service along with our deputies who are out in the field to 21 schools in our Carson area, which are 13 elementary schools, 3 middle schools, and then Carson High School, which has the different magnet schools, 4 different magnet schools on site the campus. We also give service to Rancho Dominguez Prep. It belongs to Long Beach PD, but that principal on regular occasion will call our community relations sergeant as well as Deputy Bohorquez directly when there's problems. And so you had asked, have we seen where there's been an issue with response? Yes. On many occasions, there's either been an extended ETA, they've been unavailable, or there's been no response at all. So in turn, that has caused Deputy Bohorquez as well as our field units to get a higher number of calls to deal with issues or concerns that are occurring at some of our campuses. In the past, prior to this defund or the cutback of their budget, there were 2 full-time officers that were on the Carson High campus, and they also responded to issues at any other of the schools. But now that they're not there, we call the dispatch. The dispatch may send someone out, and then sometimes they may not. But obviously, because these are our children, our community, we still handle it accordingly and make sure that no one is getting hurt, or we try to make sure it has a positive outcome. My team is continuing to reach out to school police, their dispatch, as well as their supervisors, so we can try to mitigate and address some of these response issues, because ultimately it is technically their responsibility on site those campuses when there are any issues. But we'll continue to do our patrol checks. Deputy Bohorquez is doing an outstanding, fine job. Sergeant Hernandez is currently right now in the process. He's been talking with a few of the principals. They will be doing some active shooter training because obviously I think we've all seen what's been occurring throughout the country at some of the other schools. So being that it's COVID, it may not be the full active shooter training we've done in the past, but they're going to hand out some information as well as possibly do some tabletop training as well as exercises. Along that lines of the active shooter training, Lieutenant Boulder has been in contact with Marathon Refinery. They're also going to be doing some training. They had an initial meeting as well as to set out their objectives. There's going to be some active shooter training that will be taking place also with the Marathon Refinery, as well as some of our local faith-based leaders, because I think you guys may have seen that what happened at the synagogue in Texas. So just to give you a little heads up, we are staying assertive and aware on that, and going to jump ahead so that everyone's prepared and feels confident. And ultimately, I'll just share this for all our residents who are listening. In any situation where there possibly may be that, always stick with the 3 rules: run, hide, fight. Run if you can to safely get away from the situation. If you're unable to get away from that situation immediately or safely, hide, barricade yourself, try not to be noise. And then ultimately, if you are put in a situation where you're there, be a fighting victim and make sure that that suspect or person realizes you're not going to go easily. So that's how I have on that. We are working. We will be having a blood drive coming up sometime next month. As far as that, the men and women here are continue to work hard and do their job diligently. And I think like everywhere else, we are still getting hit a little bit also by the pandemic. But the good thing is we have no one with any major symptoms, and everyone is starting to return to work slowly but surely. That's all I have for my report. Thank you guys once again for supporting the hardworking men of Carson Sheriff Station and women also of Carson Sheriff Station. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Just a second. Captain, you said there was only how many school police?
So there were 2 that were assigned. They were stationed at Carson High, and then if there were issues, they would respond. And then I assume they also have maybe like a prowler unit that would respond if they needed additional. But as of now, there's none that are technically assigned on campus at our high school.
Because of the budget.
Yes, sir.
It's really a shame. Madam Mayor, I have a question for the captain.
I was Captain MPT, and then you.
Okay.
Twofold thing. I don't know that it's so much budgetary. I would that this council would write a letter to our board rep because they are at other schools. They're just not in communities like us, to say the least. You go to other areas, affluent areas, and they are at their schools, but they're not in our communities. So I would that maybe this body would get together and write a letter to our board member to ask. We don't believe in the defund the police model here. We actually like to have a working relationship with our law enforcement, and I think our kids need them on campus in order to make sure that they're safe and secure and actually can function. And then secondly, do we have any update from or any leads, any sources apprehending these vicious villains who gunned down this young man in our community? And then also, I know as an emergency item tonight, I don't know how we would do it, but we would like to bring forth a reward for the for the arrest, capture, and apprehension of this for that young man.
And conviction.
And then, sir, I will say right now, our investigative units, our homicide and gang detectives haven't shared with me any tangible updates, but what I will tell you is the SAO team that you guys support and offer us was very successful in helping our homicide and investigative units last week and gathering some information as well as investigative leads, as well as video leads that may be very helpful in them coming to some type of conclusion in this investigation.
Oh, Jesus.
They are actively working it, and it appears things are moving in a positive right direction so that we can help give some type of form of closure and bring those who are responsible to justice.
Mayor?
Yes. Oh, what was it? MPT?
She can go. No, Councilwoman can go first.
Okay.
I can wait.
Councilwoman.
Just a question for Captain Jones. Do we know, going back to the Beezer homicide case, if this was gang related?
You know, ma'am, right now they have information that say some of it may have had something to do with some gang activity, but at this moment, our victims, it doesn't appear had any relation or anything to do with gangs. So I just want to make sure that's clear. But unfortunately, it may just have been some victims of, unfortunately, we know those who are immature or don't think right or don't value life may be involved in gangs. And like the Mayor Pro Tem said, they committed this heinous crime. So.
Yes, thank you.
Councilman Deere.
Yeah, thank you. Captain, again, thank you for that excellent report. Again, this murder that took place of one of our wonderful residents is such a tragedy to our entire community. From one end of Carson to the other, we're shocked by this, as we are by all these shootings that take place. And this one took place on Abbottson Street, or thereabouts Abbottson Street. I was at the candlelight vigil the night after the shooting, and talking to the residents. I knew a number of the residents in that neighborhood, and I talked with them, and I'm sure the detectives are getting all the information necessary, but it did seem like unusual circumstances of this shooting. So we would like to know, and I think the public would like to know as much as is allowable, because obviously we don't want to jeopardize any investigation or any effort. We'd like to know what you can tell us, when that becomes available for the public consumption. And that might not be till the trial. I don't know, or after the trial, I don't know, but eventually we would like to know, because the neighbors are asking me, you know, there's something different about this. It wasn't just someone driving down the street, picking someone to shoot. It was something wrong was happening here. So the neighbors and the general public would like to know as much as you can tell us, and you let us know when that time comes, Captain. That's my request.
Thank you.
No problem, sir. And then to all our residents out there, just know whether a kid is involved in gangs or not involved in gangs, we here at the Carson Sheriff Station, we value each one of those lives. Whether it be a kid who's already wrapped up in it, we would do everything we can to place some form of intervention to help pull them out there and give them the right direction. And if they're not, we want to make sure we make them feel safe. So we would continue to do our patrols and make sure we improve the quality of life for you all.
Thank you. Captain, please convey our sincere thanks to your clergy and all your deputies that came to the wake that evening. The family was very, very, very much appreciative. And the officers from LAPD were just very, they were just amazed at the support that the community had come out. Law enforcement, Mayor Pro Tem and I were there for the entire event, and it was a different feeling. I knew that kid and his family all his life, but they wanted me to let you know, I've been in contact with them frequently, that they really and truly appreciate your presence. You came to the house, your officers were there, the clergy was there and prayed with the family. So, and that's what we say, we're a family here. And, Councilman Deere said it was unusual. It had a different feel to it because this kid didn't bother anyone. He was just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. And so I will let my colleagues know when and the city know when the memorial celebration will take place. They're working on it now. But there is on tonight for discussion, Mayor Pro Tem for an reward, and it's placed at our request.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Hicks.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. To Captain Jones. Sorry I could not be there. I'm actually in the recovery mode from COVID with myself, along with my entire family. But I'm really concerned about what took place with that senseless murder that took place in District 3. And wanting to make sure, not just in District 3, but the entire city, to beef up our patrols in our areas to let people know that we are not going to tolerate this in our city, nowhere. District 3, 1, 2, or 4, the entire city. Madam Mayor, if this time I'm requesting, can we bring up that item so that we can vote on that for the conviction and the arrest, that we put this out now at this point in time, if my colleagues agree with it?
What item is it?
Isn't it on consent or?
On consent, I was gonna pull it. I have it down to pull.
Okay.
Yes, it's on a consent item.
What item is it? Let
Let me pull it.
Item number 22.
Item number 22, without any objection, I want to move that item up while we're under introductions.
No objections, Madam Mayor.
No objection here. That's a good idea.
Mr. Assistant Acting City Manager, could you give us a report, please?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Item number 22, 2022-042 is an item to consider establishing a reward fund for information leading to the arrest and conviction of person or persons responsible for the murder of Rodquise Beezer. For your approval, this is an authorization of a $50,000 reward for that information that leads to the arrest and conviction of person or persons responsible for this heinous crime.
I'll consider, is there any conversation for my colleagues?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 A motion, Madam City Clerk, are you there?
I am here, ma'am.
Could you report out, please?
Absolutely. Councilmember Boca Tia Rojas,
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks,
Yes.
Councilmember Deere,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hilton,
Yes.
and Madam Mayor Lula Davis Holmes.
Yes, and to the family, we want to let you know that we take this matter very seriously. Hopefully to who our residents that may have seen something, please say something. We want to bring this to a closure, and we can only do that by finding out who took this young man's life.
Yes.
28 years old.
Yes.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Okay, this $50,000 reward is an excellent tool that the detectives can utilize, and I'm really glad that it's on the agenda tonight and that we unanimously support it. This is the kind of thing where we know someone knows information, and this type of reward can be utilized, and just so the public in Carson knows, the $50,000 is only going to be paid if the information comes forward, bringing arrest and apprehension, arrest and conviction of the shooter or shooters, plural. And it just, to me, it's a very positive and positive statement and a good use of public funds.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Captain Jones, are you still there?
Still here, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Did you have anything further to add?
No, I appreciate the support of the council, and I will make sure I pass that on to the investigative units that you guys have approved a reward in the amount of $50,000 for information that leads to the arrest and conviction of those responsible.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can we make sure our PIO department is someone that we can get this information out to let the residents know that this is available?
Absolutely, council member. As a matter of fact, we'll be posting that on the city's social media, our city's webpage, along with we've contacted the billboard companies so that way we can have that listed as well, so that those that are on the freeways can see this.
Thank you.
Maybe some handbills too, maybe some flyers in the neighborhood, and that might be useful. I don't know. What do you think?
Everything, every little bit helps.
Everything, do it all. It's totally senseless that this happens.
So, Madam Mayor, maybe we can direct our PIO to produce the flyer that's approved by the captain.
Can do that. Yeah, David can do that.
Okay.
Yeah, and to answer your question, Madam Mayor, yes, the marquee. I know council member has been asking about that marquee. Marquee at the community center is being digitized and fixed as we speak, and so we should have that up and running to be able to also produce the information necessary.
Thank you. Okay, our next item on the agenda is item number 10, report from Assistant Chief Bennett of the Los Angeles County Fire Department. Chief Bennett, are you here?
Madam Mayor, Chief Bennett actually contacted us at the last moment. He was pulled away, so he said he was not going to be able to make it, but he will be and intends to be at the next meeting on the 1st of February.
Thank you. Item number 11, presentation from Cal State University Dominguez Hills regarding the town and gown banners. Is that
Yes, ma'am. We have with us two representatives. I see Mr. David Gamboa. He's here. Madam Mayor and Council, along with another representative, I believe, Mila Edmond, that's going to be assisting Mr. Gamboa. So Mr. Gamboa would like to provide a quick presentation in regards to our town and gown.
Great. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, members of council, and to staff. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
From your university. Thank you so much for allowing myself and my colleague, Mila Edmond, who I'd like to introduce to you. Mila is our new Associate Vice President of Communications and Marketing. And she comes to us from the UC system. Mila and her team, with the input of the mayor, put together the town and gown banners that we will be showing to members of council, to its staff, and to the community today. So Mila. Not sure if Mila's on mute.
Good evening. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving us a little bit of time today to talk to you about the banners that we're proposing. As David said, we are planning to create banners and put them around the city of Carson, and I'll give you a brief presentation today to show you what that will look like. I just want to provide you a little bit of context, because if you've had the chance to come to campus recently, you will know that we have updated our banners recently. They are actually behind me, if you can see my screen. And what we wanted to do with these banners is, one, after nearly 2 years of isolation, we wanted to give a sense of welcome to the campus for those who were returning, but also we recognize there are quite a few students who haven't even been on campus due to the pandemic. So we wanted this to be a space of showing community and welcoming people to campus. We also wanted to make sure that it reflected the diverse community of Dominguez Hills as well as Carson. And that means race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, but also academic pursuits. And so we did a really thorough look for photography that would reflect a diverse community. And then lastly, we wanted to make sure that these banners reflected some sense of pride. And that's why we took a lot of time looking into what does it mean to be a Toro? And so in defining that, we wanted to have action words determining what that means. So if you haven't been to campus lately, this is what some of the banners look like on campus. And I wanted to show you this because the banners that we're proposing for Carson, we wanted them to complement the work that we did here and recognize that what it means to be a Toro could also have some pride around the city of Carson. The other thing that we wanted to do, though, is recognize that we were representing Carson as a city. And so we wanted to make sure Carson was part of the banners that we would put around the city. So what we have proposed is these Carson banners. We wanted to keep that action of Toros inspire, innovate. We have these action words. I'll show you some more of those in a second. We also wanted to maintain that diversity in terms of race, ethnicity, gender, academic pursuits. But we also wanted to make sure that we said Carson's University. And again, this was reflective of Dominguez Hills' pride for being a part of the Carson community, but also we wanted people of Carson to feel pride looking at Cal State Dominguez Hills. And so this is what we have come up with in terms of designing for the banners. These are some of the phrases that you'll see: Toros create, Toros innovate, Toros achieve. We have quite a few of them. So just wanted to show you what they look like. And again, wanted to instill pride so that as young children, as people going to work, going to school, and just engaging with the Carson community, could look at these banners and see themselves in these banners, and also consider Dominguez Hills as a place for them to get their education or continue their education. The other thing I wanted to share, and this presentation has been provided for Michael George, so if anyone needed to access it, I know it might be a little difficult to see here, but I wanted to showcase where they will be located. We're proposing a total of 180 banners all around the city. We actually had a team of people drive around the city and look at what banners would make the most sense and where they should be placed. So we're proposing banners on Victoria Street between Main and Avalon Boulevard. We would have 11 poles there. We talked about putting banners on Avalon, and those banners would go from Del Amo to the 405 freeway. We also discussed putting banners on Avalon from the 405 down to City Hall. We would also put banners on Avalon from Carson Street to 223rd Street. We would also put banners on Main Street from 223rd to 228th. And lastly, these are kind of smaller sections between like 5 and 8 poles that we would be talking about on Carson from Main Street to Dolores. From Dolores to Avalon on Carson, also on Carson from Avalon to the 405, on Del Amo Boulevard from Avalon down to Leapwood, on Del Amo Boulevard from Leapwood to Tillman, and then lastly on Del Amo from Tillman to Central Avenue. So that again totaled 180 banners approximately. And we are looking to have these banners installed next month. They take about 2 to 3 weeks to print, and then installation for that many banners would be about 3 days, but that would depend on the vendor's availability, and they will schedule the installation once the banners are printed. Are there any questions? And David, did you have anything to add?
No, thank you so much, Mila. And I just want to say thank you to the mayor, the staff within the city of Carson, and actually Dr. Bradshaw, when she was with the university, who helped kind of really lead this. We're really looking forward to unveiling these banners to enhance the pride between the university and the city. And this will really further forge the town and gown relationship. We are proud to be in the city of Carson, and we are proud to be your university. We welcome any questions.
Councilman Deere.
Okay, first question. First of all, I'd like to comment, this is a great idea. We are a university city, and we should be proud of it, and we should advertise it. And this is great, positive advertising. How long are you projecting to have the banners up?
We would like to have them up for a year.
1 year program, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, because at a certain point, the sun will fade them and so forth. So you got to make sure they stay. Okay, and then it looks like you chose poles that belong to the city, and Edison Company poles were exempted from the banner mounting. Is that correct?
You're absolutely correct.
Okay. And okay, well, that's all I have to say, other than I think it's a great idea. I really like this incorporation and the acknowledgement that the university's there, and the university's acknowledgement that the city's here. So, working together is something I've advocated for many, many years. And I just like to see this type of program come forward. My compliments to Mila and you, David, and your entire staff, and of course to our president.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, David. These banners came by as a result of us having several meetings and realizing the fact that we have a university here in our city of Carson, and there's no mention of the city of Carson anywhere. And I just kind of took a little exception to that. But I do want to thank the staff for, Cal State University and our city staff for working and identifying the locations, because that university is 50-some years old, and it's in our city. You go to other cities and you see their university, the few that have them, and we're one of the few cities that have a university. And we should be. Well, I'm proud of the fact. I'm a Toro. I'm proud of the fact. So thank you, David, and thank you to our new welcome aboard, Mila. You were in a different position before.
Yes.
So thank you for picking up the ball and running with it and bringing it to us. Look forward to seeing the banners. And answer to Councilman Deere's question, there was conversation about how long those banners would stay up, because we didn't want them to be tired and worn out. So there is going to be a replacement system in place. So when one is torn or damaged, it can be replaced. My understanding, you're ordering more than what the number that's going up on the polls, so you can have replacement.
You're absolutely correct, Mayor. You're absolutely right.
Thank you.
Now, and just to kind of go to enhance what you mentioned, Mayor, our university has always indicated, and we're proud that we're in the city of Carson, is really publications that we have put in place from a variety of different, from our website and also print publications. But these banners will further showcase as people come into Carson, Carson residents, members of the community know that, that we are in the city of Carson. And so we chose a year so then from there we can continue this, this, what we call this campaign to really enhance our town and gown. Once the banners are displayed, we look forward to working alongside the city to do a joint press conference on these banners because we really want to be able to showcase that this is just one of many different partnerships that we're going to have ongoing with the city of Carson too. So to the mayor pro tem, to the members of council, and to city staff, again, thank you so much for your partnership.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to say thanks to Cal State Dominguez, Madam Mayor. This is long overdue to recognize that we're in a college city. Nyla, so good to see you again. It's definitely long overdue. And in order to even increase the partnership that we have, Cal State Dominguez, this will be an appropriate time for me to mention this, is having a City of Carson night on Thursday, February 3rd at the Toro Dome, and they're offering free admission to Carson residents. This is them standing behind them partnering with us, women's basketball at 5:30 p.m., men's basketball at 7:30 p.m., and it's free admission. And more information is on gotoros.com. So we'll post the flyer on our social media to make sure we have a university here. We're blessed, we're fortunate, and it's time for us to start utilizing it. Unfortunately, I didn't go to Cal State Dominguez like my other colleagues. I'm a matador, but I do believe in the Cal State system.
No, thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, we're looking forward to Carson night. Many of you, all of you actually met our new athletic director a few months ago. As she also kind of presented on what we're doing within athletics as we're looking to also grow in that area as well. And one component of it is to grow our attendance, but really focusing in within our own communities as they can see NCAA sports on our campus. So we're really looking forward to that.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilman.
Thank you. To David, to Mila, to all the staff at Cal State University Dominguez Hills, thank you for what you guys are doing. Love the banners. My question would be, when we have our Memorial Day process, the 4th of July and Veterans Day, how are we going to handle when we put up the American flag in support of these holidays that come up? And just want to make sure that we have a plan in place. The second question is, I'm getting texts from people who live on Santa Fe, who live on other thoroughfares in our city, and they're Toros, and want to know how they can get a banner somewhere within those neighborhoods by Dominguez Park or other locations. Maybe it may not be every pole, but maybe 1 or 2 poles along that thoroughfare.
So thank you so much, Councilmember. To answer your first question, and we'll go back, we're working with city staff to cross-reference which polls that the cities use during specific days, holidays. We mentioned Memorial Day also during the recent holidays that we just had as well. We'll cross-reference them just to make sure that we don't have those banners on those poles because we're really mindful of that. We're not trying to replace banners. We're just trying to add on. To your second question, Mila and I will work on identifying what the possibilities are. As long as they're city poles, I think we should be okay. Like I said, as long, Edison has a no banner policy, which we respect. And so we'll look into those polls. So if you were to email me on those specific locations, we'll look into it.
Okay, perfect. And then I know that at the Dignity Health, I know that our Galaxy have banners up now. So we've gotten that agreement with Galaxy because I know they're trying to make sure promoting our soccer team as well. So we have a lot to be proud of. We have a lot to be thankful for in our city. I just want to make sure that we showcase everything that we have in our community. Again, I'm sorry to Mayor Pro Tem, he's not a Toro, but I'm a long alum of the university and along with the mayor. I just want to say to you, David, to the president, to Mila, to all of you guys, go Toro.
Well, go Toros indeed. We've been in contact with the LA Galaxy in regards to their banners. And again, it's all part of an added effort to showcase the city and the great things around the city. We like to say we're all Toros. And so that's every member within the Carson community. So looking forward to that. Really quick and just out of abundance of caution based upon the recent surge of the Omicron variant, our university will be starting our spring semester in a remote capacity going online on January 24th, but we'll be back on campus on February 14th. So we are starting our semester online, but on February 14th, classes will resume on campus and we'll be repopulating the campus.
All right. Any more questions from my colleagues?
One more quick question for David and Mila. I see you've got them on poles near Carson High School. Let's not forget about Banning High School, Rancho Dominguez High School, and Gardena High School, because those three schools, and even Narbonne to some degree, but those three schools primarily are covering the city of Carson with attendance areas. And so let's maybe in a future program, not this one because it looks like it's laid out quite well now, do some outreach to those three high schools as well.
We'll look into it. As long as they're within city limits, I think we'll be able to see what we can do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, David.
Great, thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you so much. The next item is item number 12. Am I muted? Update from the Los Angeles County Sanitation District on the sewer spill and repair in Carson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, we have tonight Mr. Robert Ferrante, who's going to provide that brief update. I believe he's there. I see Brian Langpap as well. And so we will hear from them now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, City Council. Good morning, good evening. And I do have Brian Langpap with me too. He's our public information officer, and he'll be running slides. I think the slides are coming up now. This is a follow-up. I was here, of course, January 4th to discuss the sewer spill we had. So I'll be updating the City Council and the public on what we've accomplished since then and what we still plan on doing here in the near future. If I can have the next slide. Just to recap, we had the sewage spill that was caused by a collapsed sewer pipe. It was reported to us at 2 p.m. on Thursday, December 30th. The spill was completely stopped the following evening on New Year's Eve, Friday, December 31st, with construction of bypass systems around the collapsed section. After that, our focus turned to clearing the debris out of the collapsed sewer, and we started that work immediately. We expedited shipment of new pipe, and we were able to slip line and install all the pipe segments. You see one here being lifted by the evening of Saturday, January 8th there. Our staff and the contractors from the inception were working round the clock at the site to repair the sewer. Next slide. So the next several days after the sewer was actually repaired, we had to finish sealing the repair site and, of course, restoring the area. And at 1 o'clock on Thursday, so 2 weeks after the initial collapse, we were able to notify Caltrans, and then they were able to open up the adjacent off-ramp that the contractors and district staff had been using with our heavy equipment. Next slide. Over where the spill occurred, if you recall, that was on 212th Street. We continued to have a third party came out on January 5th to clean. They had cleaned half the street on the 3rd, and then the parked cars moved over and they cleaned the other half on January 5th. We've been working with all the residents to get their cars washed. Most of them, we were able to have a service come out and wash at their homes. All of that was completed by January 10th. Some of the people who were not able to schedule a car wash, we gave them vouchers so they can go and get their vehicles cleaned and detailed. In the picture here, you see the replacement of the materials on the parkway that our staff have been doing. They work on the resident side. Most of them had lawns. You could see that they took out the old lawn that was there and put in new grass. On the other side, which is really city property, it was mostly mulch and dirt. They've been working to remove a couple of inches of that kind of that topsoil and then replace it. And we estimate that by the end of the week, most of that work will be complete there at 212. Next slide. I did want to let you know that after stopping the spill, we inspected the condition of the sewer upstream and downstream of the collapsed section. And we found a second section that needs repair. It's just south, it's the yellow dashed line there, is just south of Carson Street. We plan to rehabilitate the entire section of the pipe between the manholes in that orange section there. And as a precaution, we're going to be installing a bypass system, and that work has already started. So that if it rains again like it did before, we can operate the bypass system. But we anticipate being able to repair this section by mid to late February, so that the bypass system, obviously after we repair it, the bypass system won't be necessary. The other repair that we're going to make, really, if you go to the next slide, is an acceleration of work that we planned on doing anyway. You can see the location of the completed first repair, and we already had a project downstream of that to replace and rehab that line, because that line is still connected to a number of customers downstream of the collapse location. And in an abundance of caution, we're going to accelerate that work to make sure that we can complete it. We complete it as soon as possible. We'll do the northern repair first, and then we'll move to this repair. And the goal will be definitely to complete this prior to next rainy season, October of 2022. This is a longer section of sewer. And once we repair this, that whole segment from all the way up from 212 all the way down to where it connects, you can see we have an arrow that says larger downstream sewer, will be completely rehabilitated. And that'll give us a lot of flexibility between this line and the new line that we're continuing to install on Figueroa Street. Can I have the next slide? Just an update on water quality. We continue to monitor in the Dominguez Channel. As you probably all know, the beaches were open shortly after. Most of them were open the Monday after the Thursday spill. Some of them, based on monitoring, didn't open until Tuesday or Wednesday. Dominguez Channel, we've continued to monitor to make sure that there's no odors coming from it. The dissolved oxygen prior to the spill and after the spill have stayed normal, well above any range that would create conditions that would produce hydrogen sulfide. Our crews haven't detected any odors, and we do all the data that we collect, we will be submitting to the Regional Water Quality Control Board at the end of this month. The other item I want to update you on is the third-party engineering consultant. They have started work. They have received a lot of data as of right now. The big question that we're trying to answer so that we prevent this from occurring again is the fact that we were replacing the sewer. We inspected it 30 days, visually inspected it, sent a camera down through it. The pipe was whole, it was corroded, but there were no holes, no voids. And as a result, but it failed. So what failed in our process? What do we need to do better? What do we need to do as far as monitoring to be able to anticipate these types of problems? So they're looking at everything from the flow data, the maintenance records we have in there. They're looking at samples of the actual pipe that we were able to retain as well to try and put together the cause. We should have some preliminary findings from them within the next week or two, but ultimately their final report's not going to come out until March or so. And also we want them to look at our overall system as well. So they're going to have recommendations, and those are expected by the end of April. If I can have the next slide. Once again, I do want to apologize for the spill, especially the impact on the residents, especially on 212th Street. I'm happy to report that it did not produce any odors in the Dominguez Channel. We're going to continue to monitor that to make sure there's no lasting effects. We are working with LA County Public Works. I do want to thank the city for their help in expediting the repair work, as well as giving us some extended hours on that Figueroa work. We do have coming up, obviously, with the additional repair work, we will be working with the city closely in letting you know about that repair work and what's necessary to accomplish that. And then finally, for the residents, really appreciate their patience and understanding as not only, we had to fix our sewer, but also restore their yards and clean their driveways and sidewalks in the road in front of their homes. With that, I'm available to answer any questions.
Well, I want to personally thank you for coming out and giving us this report at our sanitation meeting. They received it very well and was very thankful for you for your immediate response, and our residents were thankful also. So you've made yourself available in person, and I want to let you know how much I appreciate that. To my colleagues, are there any comments?
I've got a question, Madam Mayor. Robert, thank you for the presentation. It's very good. I'm actually right on top of this literally because I own a house right on the corner of 219th and Figueroa Street. So yesterday morning at 6 a.m., I could hear the guys out there working. And so this black pipe, it looks like ABS or some other type of plastic, that is going to be utilized only if you need to for the second repair work near Carson Street?
Correct. What you're absolutely right. What you saw on the street was the bypass system, and they need to bypass the water out of the sewer when they're actually doing the repair.
Of course.
So we want to make sure that if we get 3 days of rain like we did at the end of last year, that we bypass that flow out of that sewer to make sure that we don't have another issue with the sewer line.
Well, actually, as I look out my window, I can see the pipe is still there. Are you going to, is it really a long pipe, and they're building the pipe now, every day. Is it going to be laid just temporarily on top of the street where it is now? Or is it going to be put into the new channel that's being built for under the Figueroa Street storm drain?
No, so what you see there is just temporary. It's right in the the lane that we have closed currently. It's going to run across there. It will have to cross the street to then tie into a manhole. In that location, it will be saw cut and put underground. And with the hope of completing the repair by mid-February, as soon as the repair is complete, that above ground pipe will be coming out.
Okay, so this is not positive that you'll be utilizing this bypass, so it's not for sure?
We definitely need to use the bypass when we actually do the repair.
Okay.
But in case it rains heavily, we'll also put a little bit of the wastewater through there too to relieve any pressure off the sewer section.
Of course, you don't want another break. So it'll go under Figueroa Street on the southbound lanes at a certain point. And then what about when it crosses 220th Street or 223rd Street? What are you going to do in that case?
So actually,
sorry about the technical questions, but you know my neighbors want to know. And
yeah, it will actually cross. It will go into a manhole before that location, so it's not going all the way to 220th. It's going to cut across and go into a manhole. Maybe Brian, if you can bring back up that presentation, we can show you the slide and you can see, because, and if you scroll back right here.
That sign, that image right there, yeah.
Yeah, and you can see that it shows the blue line is the actual bypass line. And I believe, yeah, you're looking out and you're seeing that. In this drawing, it's not perfect because it actually doesn't reach 220th. It makes a turn there and connects into the sewer just downstream of the orange. So it's going to be even a little bit shorter than that. Yeah.
So that goes under somebody's private property at this point.
Correct. And we will do outreach to them and explain what we're doing and connect to the manholes in the back.
Okay, so my other questions are further down line, maybe the next slide. You're going to do something similar there. You're going to have to run a bypass on.
Correct. Correct. This is a long segment. So probably we're still working out the details for this repair, but we'll probably build it in 3 little sections. So we'll do shorter bypass. In total, that's about 3,000 feet. So they'll probably do 1,000 feet at a time, and then they'll bypass that flow. And for this case, the bypass will be in just for the repair.
Right. And that repair you're thinking about in the order of weeks as opposed to months or days?
So this repair, the one for the northern section, the second repair should be done in mid to late February. And then we would immediately start this. This repair is not as urgent, but it's longer. So it will take a little bit. It will be months on this segment.
Is this causing a delay in the Figueroa Street line that's being built? You have to pull equipment off of it?
No, that's a very good question. No, it will be a different contractor working on this job. We will have different staff working on this job.
And we can assure my neighbors that you're not going to produce odor from this job because there'll be an enclosed pipe.
Correct. Odor control is a responsibility of our staff to make sure that we don't generate odors. And most of the pipe is completely enclosed in the bypass line, and they typically seal up not only where they take the wastewater out of the pipe, but also where they put it back in.
Okay. I noticed also on the traffic control, a lot of these barricades and cones are being knocked over by cars and so forth. So I actually went out when there was no traffic and put them back up. But they should be maintained for traffic safety. That's pretty important.
I will relay that to staff, so we'll make sure that they go through and check all those.
All right, thank you. Okay, those are all the questions. Again, thanks for the detailed report, and I think this is really informative to the public and valuable information. So thank you, Robert.
Thank you, Robert. Anyone else?
Madam Mayor, I just had
Yes, Councilman.
Thank you. Robert, thank you for that report. One question, I did notice that Councilman Deere talked about, will this be any impact to Stephen White Middle School?
The middle school is right off of 220th, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so the impact to the middle school really occurred, has already been occurring with the Figueroa work. So we are not going to take any additional lanes or block that road. And when we got the off-ramp open too, for any people that use that access, and there are a lot of people that use that off-ramp, that's back in service. We don't plan on taking that out of service again.
Okay, thanks.
And again, how far is that from the break where you guys are working on Figueroa, the new?
It's going to be up
further.
Yeah, yeah. South of Carson.
Right. Just wanted to clarify that.
And I have one more question I just thought of.
Okay.
Okay. Robert, on 212th Street in Linton and Monetta, the sewage covered the street. I saw the images of it, and it went into the driveways, obviously the apron of the driveways allowed the water to go up, and it covered the parkways. Any of it go actually to structures?
No, none of the residents mentioned that it went into the structures.
Luckily, very luckily, because obviously.
One of the neighbors mentioned, and I believe it was on the Linton and 212th corner, that she had a clean out outside of her house, and that she could hear that kind of bubbling when the sewage was coming out of the manhole. And we sent our staff over, and they made sure to snake her line to the connection to make sure that there was no issues there. But that was as far as we know, the closest it got to, it did, of course, the tires of their vehicles that were parked and that drove through it.
Of course, yeah. So the manholes are low enough, it didn't cause any backup into any private properties' sewer lines.
Correct.
Okay, well.
Could have been a lot
so far.
Yeah, that's what you want, obviously.
Yeah, you want the grade set up so that it flows downhill, of course.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any more comments? Okay, well, we will see. Invite you back as we make some more progress, but just thank you so much for coming out, taking the time.
No, my pleasure. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, City Council.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
You're welcome.
Item number 13, update from Clean Power Alliance, our Assistant City Manager.
Madam Mayor, we do have Clean Power Alliance with us. I believe Matt Langer, along with another representative, Dahlia Gomez, I believe. So please, Matt and Dahlia, feel free to provide your presentation this time.
Hey folks, and thanks for having me. I'm Matt Langer. I am Chief Operating Officer for Clean Power Alliance. And would you like me to share my screen today, or will that happen on your end?
That's fine.
Okay, I will share my screen. Can you all see that okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Okay, so I'm going to do a really brief introduction about Clean Power Alliance. Then I'm going to talk about our focus on our customer programs and upcoming rate changes that are going to impact everybody this year. So a little bit about CPA. We've been your local energy provider for over 3 years now. We're made up of 32 member agencies as part of our Joint Powers Authority. And we are very fortunate to have the really active involvement of the City of Carson. Serving on our board is Mayor Pro Tem Hilton and Councilmember Hicks as alternate. We always have a lot of great participation. And that's so important for who we are at Clean Power Alliance, because as a local government entity, really all the decisions we make are driven by our communities and by our board members, and really having that voice from Carson is an important thing for really shaping the direction of our agency. This is just a map of this. I've sent this to staff so folks can browse this on their own a little bit later. I won't spend a lot of time on the introduction, but just as a reminder, we provide clean energy to residents and businesses in the city of Carson over Edison's wires, and you still get one bill. So we're familiar with that. Carson is on the clean power default. Customers have a choice between 3 power options, but the default choice for customers in Carson is 50% clean energy. And now I'm going to talk about customer programs a little bit. These are programs that are available. Some of them are available to everybody. Some are available to just different segments of the population. So I'll walk through that. But this is one of the great benefits of being part of Clean Power Alliance is we have a growing portfolio of programs that are available to our customers. And there's a lot of great benefits available that can also make a difference in terms of providing cleaner energy in the local region. So the first program I'll talk about is Power Share. This is a customer where eligible customers can receive 100% clean energy, 100% renewable energy, and get a 20% bill discount. That bill discount stacks on top of other discounts offered by Edison, including CARE and FARA. Those are the income qualified programs. This is available for about 25% of the residents in Carson. So the criteria is that you have to live in a disadvantaged community and you have to meet income qualifications for this program. But there's about 7,000 customers in Carson who are eligible for that. And that gets them a 20% bill discount and 100% renewable energy. That program is open for enrollment now, and people can sign up on our website. The next program I'll mention is our Power Response Incentive. This gives customers an opportunity to save up to $200 a year by reducing usage during certain events where there's the greatest stress on the grid. This is open to all CPA customers. We're in the process of launching this program now. It started as a pilot in the last couple of years, but now we're launching to a broader market. There's a subcomponent of the program where low-income customers can get a free smart thermostat installed at their home. The thermostat itself, at least, but anyone can participate in the program. Again, more information about this program and the others on our website. Also talk about our Power Ready program. This is a really exciting and innovative program that Clean Power Alliance has put together, where we're providing a solar plus storage backup power system at one site for each of our member agencies. Carson has been in the process to get one of these systems, and our team has been out there to look at Carson City Hall, where a pretty sizable solar system would be able to be installed on carports in the parking lot, along with the battery system. So this would help power critical loads at City Hall, particularly during emergencies or if there's some other kind of power outage. And that's something that will be done with no cost to the city of Carson. And we'll be doing, again, one of these at each of our member agencies, but that's a little bit about what's happening with the particular project in Carson. We also have a community solar program that's under development. This is similar to our Power Share program, where it'll be based on folks can get solar from a solar facility in their community at a 20% discount. This is going to depend on where we actually are able to get projects built. And I know that the staff and City of Carson have been trying to work with developers to find sites so that we can get a community solar project in the City of Carson. So hopefully we can have some success with that. And then lastly, I'll mention EV charger incentives. This is meant for public charging locations, but Clean Power Alliance was able to put in about $1 million of funding, which was matched by a little over $12 million of state funding. This program is run through the California Energy Commission. And there's up to $3,500 available per level 2 charger, and additional incentives for chargers in disadvantaged communities. So with that, I will move on to a discussion about rates. There's lots of numbers in this part, but I'll just start by saying this is all good news. So the first thing is for those of you who've been following Clean Power Alliance and Energy Matters for a while, you've probably heard of the PCIA, the Power Charge Indifference Adjustment. This is the exit fee that customers pay when they leave Southern California Edison to join Clean Power Alliance service. The PCI is dropping by 70% starting March 1st. So it's a really significant decrease, and that's driven by higher than usual energy prices in the energy markets. And what happens is when the energy prices go up, that means that the above market costs that our customers paid for through the PCIA go down. So what you can see at the bottom in these tables here, and Clean Power is the middle row here. I'm not sure if you can see my mouse, but Clean Power is the middle row. That's the default rate for customers in Carson. So you can see the average bill is $178 a month. Currently, starting on March 1st, that's going to go down to about $166 a month. So that's a 6% drop in the overall bill for residential customers. You can see similar numbers for small business going down about 5.9% starting March 1st. So pretty significant change and good news. The other side of the story I'll talk about on the next slide is Edison's generation rates are going up at the same time. So if you're a CPA customer, this doesn't affect you. But if you're still with Edison and you've opted out, then this does affect you. So what you can see here is, I showed on the last slide, customers' bills are going down by about 6%. So if I go to the second to last row here, you can say CPA's clean rate. Currently, that's at $178 a month for the typical bill. That's going down to $166. Meanwhile, Edison, folks who are not with CPA, those customers are currently at about $166. So it's currently less expensive than CPA, but it's going up to $179 starting on March 1st. So, and you can see similar trend here for the non-residential small business customers. So really, it's a pretty huge swing. Customers right now, and I know you've all been aware, and it was, 2021 was a difficult year for rates for us. We were more expensive than Edison, but you can see that that's flipping around starting March 1st, and we're going to be 7.5%, give or take, less expensive for customers in Carson on the Clean Power rate. So good news on rates. The one thing I will mention is Clean Power Alliance also will be changing rates in July. We fully expect that we will be less expensive than SCE for the whole year of 2022. That won't change, but it's going to be up to the board to decide exactly where we set rates and what our budget looks like. So these won't persist throughout the entire year exactly, because there will be a rate adjustment in July to reflect the budget. But I can tell you that throughout the year of 2022, our rates are going to be lower than SCE's rates, which I think is a welcome change and money in the pocket of customers in Carson. So that's a lot to cover in a short amount of time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Councilman Hicks.
Mayor. Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for that report, Matt. Good to see you. I just want to let the residents know that you said that the rates are going to go down for residents 6.6%, and for businesses is 5.9%.
Yeah, those are the rough numbers. We'll get the final right before Edison changes rates on March 1st, but those are the latest estimates.
Because the reason why I'm saying that, because I think about a month or two ago when I had you guys to come, I had concerns with our last meeting because Edison was going up and I didn't know where we were going to fall with our rates, and it looked as if it was going to be higher. And many individuals were complaining that they were going to opt out of CPA and stay with Edison. So based upon that information and what you showed us this evening, if those who did opt out and are no longer with CPA, their rates are going to go up higher because Southern California Edison is going up regardless. And I think you said, I forgot what that percentage was, but higher than the 5.9 or the 6.6.
Yeah, so their generation rate's going up about 22%. So the clean power rate, which is the default rate for Carson, will be 7.5% lower than the Edison rate.
Okay, so if you're with Edison, you're looking at a 22% increase, is what I'm hearing, possibly?
For the generation portion, that's not the total bill, but just the generation component, yeah.
All right.
But you can see it's going up from 166 to 179 for the typical bill.
To my colleagues, I am glad that we are with CPA. I know that it was kind of bumpy in the beginning, and I know, I guess with anything new, you go through your ups and downs, but I am finally seeing something positive coming out of being part of CPA.
I have a question. Now, this $166, I still get a bill from Edison. Is that for their grid or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you get one bill, and if I know most people, myself included, when I get my Edison bill, I don't look at it that closely every month. But there's a couple pages. There's a couple pages that represent the Edison portion, and if you look at the top of one of the pages, it says Clean Power Alliance. So that $166 includes everything. So if you're looking if you look at this.
Okay, let's stop right there. That 166 includes Edison's also?
Yeah. So it's apples to apples. Yeah, it includes both.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to know, because if I'm getting a 166 from you and then Edison is sending me a bill also, I'm really not saving. So I'm glad to hear you say, and that'll clarify for a lot of our residents. Yes. It's 166 for Edison's grid and also for our energy that we get from Clean Power Alliance.
That's right.
Okay, very good. I can live with that.
That's okay.
Now, my other question is I've received a note in the mail saying that we could pay a blanket rate throughout the year. So during peak season, your rates still stay the same, or?
So one thing that's happening that I didn't mention, and this may be the notice you're getting, is that in March and April, the customers and residential customers are going to be changing to a time of use rate.
Yeah, time of use.
Default. Yeah, so you can opt out of that or you can stay with it. We're going to be following along with Edison at the same time. But basically, maybe this isn't the most favorable way of putting it, but if you remember like the old phone plans where they charge more during the peak time and less during the off-peak time, that's the direction that they're going with the energy rates. And the idea is that we have the least supply of energy the supply on the grid gets really tight on the evening when everyone comes home from work and turns on all their appliances and everything. That's that period from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. And at the same time, the sun is going down. So a lot of the solar energy that we have in the middle of the day is turning off. And so that's a tight time for the grid. So we're trying to send price signals to customers to conserve during that period of time. And so everyone, both Edison customers, Clean Power Alliance customers, everyone's going to be moving in the next couple of months to the time of use rates. But like I said, if you don't want to do that, if you're happy with your current tiered rate, which is the rate that most people are on, you can stick with that rate. If you take no action, you'll be moved on to a time of use rate.
And what's the deadline for that? Because customers need to know. I need to know. I know I received it, but I don't know what my husband did.
Yeah, so the defaults are going to be happening in March and April. If you don't act before March 1st, then you'll be placed on that rate, but you can change out of that rate at any time.
Okay.
It's
so
not really
you're going to be sending out another notice?
Yeah, there are going to be multiple notices.
Okay. Residents, read your mail.
Yes, please.
I've got a question as well, a couple questions.
Okay.
You ready? Okay. About the rate. So, Matt, you mentioned that, let's say, for example, the one that most residents or the default would be 50% clean energy. If you're looking at the chart for residential, the rates are going to go down for Clean Power Alliance, but you said in you said July, you're going to have a board meeting to consider increasing the rates. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be most likely increasing, but it could stay the same or it could go down.
It could stay the same. Okay, but if it could increase, could it increase? I mean, obviously you can't project this, but in your professional opinion, it could, well, it would reduce, if it increased, it reduce the savings that we're realizing from this chart. Is it possible it could reduce the savings completely?
I would say that I would say no.
Not likely.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I wouldn't want to be too.
Because obviously,
I'll just say it like this: if conditions remain the same, we'll be less expensive than SE. If there's like some crazy event that happens that I don't know about, then anything could happen. But if we were to make the rate change today, and with the forecast of what we're projecting to happen over the next several months, we have every expectation it'll continue to be less than SE.
Okay. The next question is, what percentage of the residential customers in Carson are utilizing Edison Company for their power supply, and what percentage is using Clean Power Alliance?
That's a good question. Let me stop sharing for a second. I might be able to pull this up really quickly.
Okay.
But it's, I think it's greater than 90% that are with Clean Power Alliance.
Because it's a default situation unless they opt to opt out of it. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, it's each customer's choice, and yes, they were defaulted into that. And over the last several years, the customers have been enrolled with CPA. A certain number have opted out. I'm pulling up the numbers right now if I can.
So while you're pulling those up, over the years or last few years, constituents have asked me, how do I get out of this? I was put in without their knowledge. They were put in by the city council, which is okay, but a couple have tried to get out, and it's actually quite complicated to get out. Is that intentional?
Definitely no. If there are customers who are having a challenge with that, you can definitely pass those along to us through staff, or you can reach out directly to me and we can take care of that. Generally, it's a fairly simple process. If you're with Clean Power Alliance, if you've joined Clean Power Alliance, you have to stay for a year. So pretty much everyone now is over the 1 year limitation on that. Yeah. And then when you go back, Edison, we don't have this requirement, but Edison requires a 6-month notice to return if you want to go back on their normal rate. If you want to go back immediately, you can, but they put you on a temporary rate. So that may be the source of complication for some folks. You can go back immediately on the temporary rate, like on your next bill, or you can wait 6 months and then you get on the regular rate. And that's a choice that the customers, have to decide, what makes the most sense for them.
Right. Okay, thank you. I appreciate the answer.
Any more comments? No? Well, thank you for that presentation. I really appreciate it. We'll look forward to the next one. Hopefully our rates don't go up.
Yeah, that's right. And sorry I didn't get to pull up. I didn't have enough time to pull up that number on the spot, but I think we can follow up through that. I think Rita should have that information handy too.
Okay.
Well, we've got a board member and an alternate. We can let them know we don't want the rates to go up.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. The next is item number 14, a presentation from Tesla on electric vehicle charging stations.
So Madam Mayor, it's after 7:30.
Oh, you let me go that long?
Yeah, so we're supposed to go to the public hearing.
The public hearing is on item number...
It's 36, Madam Mayor.
Oh. Yeah, I told you to remind me.
Yeah. We got captured by the CPA presentation.
Okay.
Ready?
Not yet, just a second.
Okay.
I gotta get to the item number 36. Okay, we're gonna have a public hearing on item number 36. A public hearing to consider the redistricting establishment of city council districts based upon the result of the 2020 decennial census on redistricting and review of draft maps 1 and draft map number 2. City Clerk, was the special hearing meeting notice and properly publicized?
Good evening. Notice of public hearing has been given pursuant to applicable law, including but not limited to proof of timely publication received by the city clerk. Posting requirements were met for individuals and organizations. The posting affidavits are on file in the city clerk's office, and there are no written communications that were received.
Staff presentation. May we have a report, Mr. Acting City Manager?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our Assistant City Manager, Mr. John Raymond, is going to provide an updated report for this public hearing. Mr. Raymond.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I've got just a very short introduction, and then I'll open it up to Andrew Westall, who's our demographer, who has prepared the draft maps. But in 2020, the City Council adopted council districts for the 4 city council seats, with the mayor's seat remaining at large. Every 10 years, though, every electoral district must go through the process of evaluating the demographic changes in the district based on new census data in the 2020 decennial census. And the city started that process last fall. And so we're in a process right now where there were 2 public meetings, one public hearing conducted on November 16th of last year, and a public meeting held at the community center on December 4th of last year. And those were held prior to the publication of any maps. 2 draft maps, redistricting draft maps, were published on the city's website last week on Monday the 10th, and they are included in your packet. And then the post-map publication public hearing process begins with this public hearing tonight. What we're hoping, or what we've got scheduled, are a number. We did 2 community workshops last week in person before we stopped the in-person meetings because of Omicron. We did one at Hemingway Park and one at Dolphin Park. Both parks were not visited in their park visitations in the initial adoption of the council districts. And this is the first time we get out to these communities. We do have a schedule of Zoom based public workshops, beginning with one tomorrow night. We've got a number, and then we'll return with additional public hearings, hopefully with the ordinance adopting a draft map in front of council on March 1st. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Andrew Westall. Andrew, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Raymond. Appreciate it.
And then I think you can share your screen. Kevin will let you share your screen.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, you're up.
There we go. Good evening, Mayor and council members. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening. What we're going to do tonight is I'm going to walk you through 2 draft maps that we prepared for the city based on some of the input that we received at the workshops and other information we were able to gather. Really, from my perspective, I think these are, along with the current map, and you may remember that the current map could be adopted as well. I think these are good starting points for a conversation with the mayor and city council about how we can develop a new draft map and try to adjust one of these versions to something that I think the mayor and council will be satisfied with and the public will be satisfied with when we complete this process. We did want to show you kind of a couple different variations of some things that the council and the mayor could do with respect to this process. And so with that, I'll go straight into the presentation. What you have before you here is just the current council map. This is the council districts that were adopted in 2020 as part of that process. And then just an aerial of the same map showing you a breakdown of the 4 council districts for the city of Carson. With that, we'll start with draft map number 1. With draft map number 1, with this particular map that you're looking at here, the red dotted lines that you see on the map are the current council districts that were adopted in 2020. And the color variations, the blues, the green, and the red are what the proposed new districts would look like under draft map number 1. What we'll do is we'll walk through each of the 4 council districts. I'll show you what the current district looks like, what the changes look like, and then what the draft map looks like. When we get to each of the draft maps, I'll go through the boundaries of each of the maps so you can understand what those boundaries actually are, as well as the deviations. And so we'll start with draft map number 1 and council district number 1. This is what the current council district number 1 looks like. And this is the proposed changes under draft map number 1. Just to get an idea of the color variations here, the red or pink is what the current council district is. And so the red and pink here areas here on this map are the areas that council district 1 would lose under this draft map. The green areas, and we'll show you that real quickly, but the green areas are the areas that would be picked up by council district 1 under the new draft map. And then any of the areas that you see in brown are areas that are in the current council district and would stay in that council district. And so these are the changes to council district 1 under draft map number 1. Once again, the pink areas are the areas that would be lost. The green areas here would be the areas that would be gained. And so as we look at draft map number 1 for council district 1, we'll just go quickly through each of the boundaries. And so, up in the northern portion of the district, we have the city boundaries as we get all the way over to Wilmington Avenue, and then Wilmington Avenue and University Drive. Then you go west on University Drive to Campaign Drive, and then come down Campaign Drive to Termont Street. I'll come back to this area of the map here in a second because there's some interesting things I'd like to point out here. But coming down Campaign Drive to Termont Street, Termont Street to Eddington Drive, and then south on Eddington Drive till you get to the wash between the homes here, just south of Termont Street, traveling down the wash till you get to Del Amo Park, and then coming down. Coming down west to what I believe is Galway Avenue. Galway Avenue right here. Galway, thank you. Galway Avenue south to Denwall Drive. Denwall Drive east to Leapwood Avenue. Leapwood Avenue south to Dominguez Street. Dominguez Street south, Dominguez Street east, just a little quick east jog over to Chico Street, and then coming down Chico Street to the Dominguez Channel. The Dominguez Channel south to Carson Street, and then west on Carson Street to Avalon Boulevard. Coming down Avalon Boulevard south to 223rd Street, 223rd Street here on the bottom, the most southern boundary, back over to west to Dolores Street, Dolores Street north back up to Carson Street, and then Carson Street east to Grace Avenue, Grace Avenue back here up to the 405 freeway, and then the 405 freeway west back up to the city boundaries, and then all the way back up to the top. And so that would be under draft map number 1, the proposed council district 1, and the deviation under this council district is 2.5%. You may recall in our previous conversation that the overall deviation between the 4 districts has to be less than 10% to be considered legally valid. And so that is the case with all 4, with both draft maps in all 4 of the council districts. Moving on to Council District 2. This is what the current Council District 2 looks like. And once again, we have the changes with the small area down here being removed from Council District 2, and then this area up here being added to Council District 2. And then once again, we have the draft map number 1 for Council District 2. And so starting again in the north, we have the city boundary and the 405 freeway coming south down the 405 freeway to, once again, Grace Avenue south to Carson Street, Carson Street west to Dolores Street, Dolores Street south to 223rd Street, 223rd Street west to Main Street, and then Main Street south all the way to the city boundaries, and then the southern and western boundaries, or all the city boundaries, up the 110 freeway, and then back up to the intersection of the 110 and the 405.
Is that Councilman Hicks' district?
No, this is Councilman, it's currently not represented by a council member, but this is the district that Councilmember Deere lives in.
I was getting ready to say, okay, 2.
Yeah, yes. Council District 3 is the one that Councilmember Hicks won. And so the deviation in this particular district is 1.8%.
Oh, 1 point what?
1.8%.
8, okay, thank you.
Yes. Moving on to Council District 3. This is what our current Council District 3 looks like. And so once again, we have some areas in the south of Carson Street, basically, that would be removed from the district. And then a large area in the northwest that would be added to the district. And so this is what the draft map for Council District 3 would look like under draft map number 1. Once again, if we start at the intersection up here in the north at Campaign Drive and University Drive, you travel east along University Drive to the city boundaries. And then the city boundaries coming all the way down Wilmington and Del Amo, kind of all the way around Dominguez Park and all the way around the south. So you get back up to the railroad tracks here. The railroad tracks really to Carson Street, west. Let me make sure I got it here. Carson Street west to the Dominguez Channel. Once again, up the Dominguez Channel, north to 213th Street, basically Chico Street here, and then north Chico Street to Dominguez Street, little jog once again going west on Dominguez Street up to Leapwood Avenue, and then Leapwood Avenue north to Denwall Drive, Denwall Drive west to Galway Avenue, and then Galway Avenue north up once again to the wash that's hidden here between the homes just south of Termont, over the wash until you get to Eddington Drive, and then Eddington Drive north to Termont, and then east on Termont back to Campaign Drive. As I mentioned before, in this little area, and I forgot to mention this earlier when we were at Council District 1, but let me go back quickly to that. In this area that we're talking about here, basically Termont, around between the wash here and Del Amo Park, it's a really strange census block in this area. Basically, you have the homes that are adjacent to Del Amo Park and along Del Amo Boulevard right here are all in the same census block as the homes that are on the south side of Termont Street and just north of the wash. And so depending on how we proceed through this process, if we come back to this area and we keep a line similar to this, one of the recommendations I would make to the mayor and council is to split the census block here so that the populations are actually, and the homes are actually in their proper places, where these homes would continue to be up here, and then these areas down here would be over in Council District 3. So I just wanted to point that out quickly. Once again, it's this area right up here that we're talking about between Council District 3 and Council District 1. Under draft map number 1 with District 3, the deviation is negative 2.9%. Moving on to Council District 4. This is what Council District 4 currently looks like. This is what the proposed changes will look like, losing everything north of Carson Street, and then also a little small area over here, basically between 220th and Dolores Street and 223rd. And this is what Council District 4 under draft map number 1 looks like as proposed. And so once again, if we start at the intersection of Carson Street and Avalon Boulevard right here, moving along Carson Street East, once again to the railroad tracks, and then the railroad tracks down to the city boundaries. And then we have the city boundaries coming all the way along the south, or the east here, along the south, all the way over until we get to Main Street, and then coming up north up Main Street until we get to 223rd Street, 223rd Street going east back to Avalon Boulevard, and then Avalon Boulevard north back to the point of beginning. Under draft map number 1, Council District 1 has a deviation of 2.2%. The next slide here just shows you an aerial of the
You said Council District 1, did you mean 4?
4. He meant
Council
4.
District 4, yes, thank you.
And the percentage again was what?
2.8.
Was 2.2%.
2.2. Thank you.
There's in about 2 slides, you'll have all the top line of the statistics here as well, council member. Okay. And so here we just have an aerial of draft map number 1, give you an idea of what that looks like. And then here we have the statistics for draft map number 1. As we talked about before, you have your total population here with the city's total population of 95,994. Deviations for each of the proposed council districts under this draft map. And the overall deviation for draft map number 1 is 5.4%.
Andrew, I have a question.
Yes.
When you see total population 2020 adjusted, and you go to the far right top hand, it says total 95,994. So that's about 96,000. But that might have been the amount that came from the U.S. Census. But didn't the state of California require that certain prison population members be assigned, according to the census data, to their residence before they were incarcerated, and yes, other things like that? So isn't our population more than 95,994?
According to the census, it is higher. I don't know if I have that exact number in front of me right now, but this is the adjusted population. So this does include, this does include the prison population that was reallocated by the state of California. So according to the U.S., yes. And that's why up here it says adjusted population, right? So all of the data that we're using from the U.S. Census Bureau has been adjusted by the state of California, was provided by the statewide database, which is housed by UC Berkeley back in September of last year. And so all of the data that we use is the adjusted data. What that means is that this number, if you looked at the actual U.S. Census number and you go on their website, this number is going to be lower because there have been state prisoners who previously lived in Carson that have been reallocated back to Carson for the redistricting process. And so this number is slightly higher because of that above the census population that was done.
Okay, I understand it. Just that the preliminary data that we received last summer and even into September by our then Ms. Landers, I believe was 97,000. But that preliminary obviously doesn't seem to be accurate. So actually, this is an accurate figure. Almost 96,000 is pretty accurate, including homeless and so forth.
Yes, council member. I mean, certainly in the Latino and African American communities, and particularly in Los Angeles County, there was an undercount. But that is typically in areas in which you have smaller homeownership rates, and certainly homeownership in Carson is fairly high. And so there wasn't as much there might have been a slight undercount in Carson, but it wasn't like other areas of the county, particularly to the west and to the east and to the north, in which you had tremendous undercounts in
I see. Okay, well,
lower income areas and higher.
I'm asking the questions because I was hoping it would be 97,000. It's kind of like that's the figure I heard, and I'm thinking, whoa, good, 97,000. That's only 3,000 short of 100, but it looks like it's almost 96. Okay, well, that answers my question. I appreciate it. Sorry for the interruption.
Anytime, Councilman. So with that, Mayor, we'll go to the second draft map. And so this is what we've got for draft map number 2. There we go. So once again, our current Council District 1. And as you can see, there's a variety of changes, different kind of changes with respect to this particular map. But once again, the pink areas are the areas that Council District 1 would lose, and the green areas are the areas that Council District 1 would gain. And so if we just come up here to this far corner here, we're at the corner of, oh, I see. Okay, so we're at, if we start right here, basically at Avalon and Gardena, and we go along the city boundaries here to the north, comes along the city boundaries all the way to Central Avenue, and then along Central Avenue south to University Drive, University Drive west to Caney Avenue, Caney Avenue south to Termont Street, Termont Street east to Anna Lee Avenue, Anna Lee Avenue south to Gladwick Street, Gladwick Street east, or excuse me, Gladwick Street west to Tillman Avenue, and then Tillman Avenue south to Helmick Street, Helmick Street west back to Campaign Drive, and then south on Campaign Drive to Denwall Drive, Denwall Drive west to Leapwood Avenue, and then south on Leapwood Avenue, south to Dominguez Street. And this is basically the same cut here that we talked about earlier, but Leapwood Avenue to Dominguez Street, down to Chico Street and 213th, then once again down to the Dominguez Channel going south. Then going west on Carson Street here, and to Bonita Street, coming south on Bonita Street to 223rd Street, 223rd Street west to Dolores Street, Dolores Street north to 220th Street, 220th Street east to Grace Avenue, and then Grace Avenue once again back up to the 405 freeway, 405 freeway up to Del Amo Boulevard, Del Amo Boulevard east to the Dominguez Channel, and then up the Dominguez Channel and through the golf course north all the way up to Victoria Street, east on Victoria Street to Avalon Boulevard, north on Avalon Boulevard, north on Avalon Boulevard to the 91 freeway here, the 91 freeway west, 91 freeway west to the power lines, and I'm sure you're all very familiar with the power lines that come up through this area and then go east at this intersection right here. These are not named streets. It's basically that those power lines that are between really the residences here and the industrial areas up here. But coming up north on those power lines and then east on those power lines to an unnamed alley here. And this unnamed alley between the industrial properties comes up to Gardena Boulevard, and then Gardena Boulevard west to Avalon Boulevard, and then back up to Avalon Boulevard up to the city boundary here. So under draft map number 1, or draft map number 2, excuse me, District 1 has a deviation of 2.7%.
Andrew, I know you're moving. I would like, after all of the presentation is over, I would like the current deviations, what we are at now and what we are proposing to move to. Okay, thanks.
Sure. Yeah, happy to do that.
Oh, okay.
So let's move on to District 2 under draft map number 2. And so this is what it looks like currently. These would be the changes to it. So once again, the areas in pink are the areas being removed, and the areas in green are the areas being added. So this would be the new Council District 2 under draft map number 2. Once again, starting at the city boundaries up here on the northern side and Avalon Boulevard right here. So along the city boundaries to Avalon Boulevard, Avalon Boulevard, south to Gardena Boulevard, and then once again, west along Gardena Boulevard to that alley between those industrial properties we just talked about, that alley down to the power lines, and then coming around the power lines back down to the 91 freeway. The 91 freeway east back over to Avalon Boulevard, and then Avalon Boulevard south to Victoria Street, Victoria Street west to the Dominguez Channel, and then once again coming all the way down the Dominguez Channel and through the golf course back down to Del Amo Boulevard. Del Amo Boulevard going west to the 405 freeway, and then coming south along the 405 freeway to Grace Avenue, Grace Avenue south to 220th Street, 220th Street west to Dolores Street, Dolores Street south to 223rd Street, 223rd Street west to Main Street, Main Street south to 234th Street, 234th Street west to Medon Street. And this is another area where the census geography of the city is very peculiar, is the best way I can put it. Mendon Street north to 232nd Place, 232nd Place west to Carroldale Avenue, and then up Carroldale Avenue north to 228th Street, and then 228th Street west back over to the 110 freeway and the city boundaries all the way back up to the north. Under draft map number 2, Council District 2 has a deviation of negative 0.6%. Next up, we have, once again, Council District 3, and this is what it looks like currently. These would be the proposed changes. So basically losing everything that's south of the Dominguez Channel or the 405 freeway down here, and adding some areas in the north. And this is what Council District 3 looks like under draft map number 2. So once again, as we go through the boundaries here, and so we have basically Central Avenue here, just north of Victoria Street, up where the city boundary is, coming along the city boundaries, once again coming down Wilmington, which is a city boundary, Del Amo, which is a city boundary, and coming all the way back around, once again, the city boundaries until you get to the 405 freeway, and then along the 405 freeway west to the Dominguez Channel, Dominguez Channel kind of northwest here, back up to that 213th Street, Chico Street area, north on Chico Street to Dominguez Street, west on Dominguez Street to Leapwood Avenue, Leapwood Avenue north to Denwall Drive, Denwall Drive east to Campaign Drive, Campaign Drive north to Helmick Street, Helmick Street east to Tillman Avenue, Tillman Avenue north to Gladwick Street, Gladwick Street east to Anna Lee Avenue, Anna Lee Avenue north to Termont Street, Termont Street west to Caney Avenue, and then up Caney Avenue here north to University Drive, and then east along University Drive back to Central Avenue, and then Central Avenue north back up to the city boundary. The deviation under this draft map, number 2 for Council District 3 is 1.3%. And then last up, we have Council District 4 under draft map 2. And so once again, this is what the current district looks like. These are the changes. So picking up this area up here in green and picking up this area in here and losing all of this area that's up in this area north of 223rd Street. In general, what the 2 draft maps show you is you kind of have a couple directions that you can go. You can either keep Council District 4 south of the 405 freeway and Council District 2 south of the 405 freeway and do it that way, or you can do it the other way as you saw in draft map number 1. So once again, we just wanted to show you some variations of what you had possible. And so with Council District 4, once again, if we start at the intersection of Bonita Street and Carson Street right here, Carson Street east to the Dominguez Channel, the Dominguez Channel southeast to the 405 freeway, 405 freeway all the way over once again to the city boundaries, and then following the city boundaries along the east, along the south, along the west, along the 110 freeway, until we get all the way back up to 228th Street. And then 228th Street east to Carroldale Avenue, Carroldale Avenue south to 232nd Place, 232nd Place east to Modern Avenue, and then Modern Avenue south to 234th Street, 234th Street east to Main Street, and then Main Street north to 223rd Street, 223rd Street east to Bonita, and then once again north on Bonita back up to the point of beginning. And so under this draft map number 2, Council District 4 has a deviation of 3.3%. So with that, we'll show you a quick aerial of that particular map. And then the statistics. As you can see with draft map number 2, the overall deviation is 6.0%, with districts 4 and 1 having the highest deviations under that map. Just to respond to the Mayor Pro Tem's question earlier, the current deviation under the current map, Mayor Pro Tem, is 4.8%. In District 1, it's 0.1%. In District 2, it's 2.2%. In District 3, it's 0.3%. And in District 4, it's a negative 2.6%. Be happy to show that on the screen too, if you'd like, Mayor Pro Tem. So with that, Mayor, I'm happy to turn it back over to you to conduct the public comment period, and happy to answer any and all questions that you or the council may have with respect to the draft maps.
Okay, thank you. I have to study that one. At this point, I want to ask if our council members have any questions. It's just a question and answer. If not, I'll open the public hearing.
I do have some questions.
Okay, Councilman.
Like the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, the current deviations that exist right now, overall it's 4.8%, I think you said?
Yes, Councilmember, 4.8%.
Okay. What was the overall deviation in draft map 1?
Draft map number 1 has an overall deviation of 5.4%.
That's proposed.
As proposed,
yeah, that's draft. Okay, and then could you give the breakdown of the current deviations in Council District 1, 2, 3, and 4?
Sure. So by current deviations, you mean under the current council districts?
Yes.
correct?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So under Council District 1, the current deviation is 0.1%. Under Council District 2, it's 2.2%.
2.2.
Under Council District 3, it's 0.3%. And under Council District 4, it's negative 2.6%.
2.6. I see. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilman.
Thank you. Andrew, in looking at the draft maps number 2, what is the deviations between District 1, 2, 3, and 4?
This is on the screen, council member, is I believe the information you were just asking for.
Yeah.
So the deviation under Council District 1 in this map is 2.7%. Under District 2, it's negative 0.6%. Under Council District 3, it's 1.3%. And then under Council District 4, it's negative 3.3%, for a total overall deviation of 6%.
And what we have right now is a total deviation of, would you say 5.4?
No, it's 4.8% currently, Mayor.
Oh, currently 4.8. Okay.
And what is the standard or what is legal?
So anything under 10% is presumptively valid, as long as you can justify how you drew the map based on the traditional redistricting criteria. In essence, anything under 10%, I believe we can justify, Councilmember.
Okay.
Another question?
Yeah.
Andrew, okay, so looking at your chart now, draft map number 2, Council District 4's deviation is 3.3%. If you were to come back, or the council or the public were to come back with another map like draft map 3, you could add population to District 4 to bring the deviation closer?
Yeah, we can certainly do that with any of the district's council member. It really is a policy decision of the council on how restrictive you want the deviation to be. And so that's certainly something we can do. I mean, if the council directed us to come back with a draft map number 3 with smaller deviations, then we'd be happy to do so.
Okay. For instance, the practical consequence of that would be possibly taking some population from District 1, which is 637 people over, and population in District 3, which is 313 people over, and add it to District 2, which is 154 short, and District 4, which is 798 people short. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. In essence, you're overpopulated in council districts 1 and 3. And so if you wanted to lower that deviation, you'd spread them particularly to District 4, but also to District 2.
Because the District 2 and 3 in this particular draft, I know it's only a draft, but they're short by that compared to the other district. I see. Okay.
Yes.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay, are there any more questions from council?
Matt, how soon do we need to make a decision on this?
Oh, we're just looking at them because they have other public hearings. So what's the deadline?
Yeah, the timeline for this, the entire process.
Yeah, did you put together a timeline for us?
Yes, Mayor. In general, we have to be completed by April 17th of this year, Mayor and Council. We, as Mr. Raymond mentioned earlier, we do have some workshops coming up on the 19th and the 25th. We'll be back in front of the council, I believe, JR, on the 1st of February, if I remember correctly. We'll be back twice in February to get input from the council and the public on the draft maps outside of the workshops that are scheduled. We have workshops also scheduled for February 8th, 9th, 16th, and the 22nd. And then, as Mr. Raymond mentioned earlier, our hope is to wrap up this process sometime in March. But we do have about a month of extra leeway in case the council wants to continue to consider these maps. As I mentioned before, in general, we just have to be completed by April 17th.
Mhm.
Andrew, are those workshops by in person or Zoom?
So, Ms. Raymond, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe at this point, the 2 workshops that we're doing for the rest of January will be by Zoom, will be virtual. And then I don't think we've made a decision on the February workshops. I think we hope to get back out into the community, but we'll kind of see how that goes.
Thank you.
Originally, we had about 2 in-person workshops already. And then with the new virus, we went to Zoom.
Yeah, that's correct, ma'am. And but Andrew's correct in that we haven't yet converted all of the schedule to Zoom. So what we've said is that the next couple of workshops are Zoom workshops, and we're hoping that kind of toward the tail end of the process,
This is how much I lose.
page rate will go down, and we'll be back out into the public, into the parks.
What was the location of those 2 workshops in the next 2 that are coming up? What was it proposed to be when it was in person? And
So the one tomorrow night was supposed to be at Veterans Park, and then the one next Tuesday, so a week from today, was scheduled to be at Stevenson Park.
so the consequence was those 2 will not have in-person workshops at this point.
At this time, yeah, we'll have to do Zoom.
Did we notify them that it was going to be via Zoom already?
Yeah, we have to tell the people.
Yeah, we have a flyer out, and it's up on the website, and it's out in the park, I believe.
Yeah, you put a flyer, you walk that community. You don't know.
Yeah,
Madam Mayor, we better inform the people of this.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm asking the question. We need to have the Walkman. When is the next meeting?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah, we had requested the Walkman walk.
Have they already walked it? Have they already walked it and given the proper, the accurate?
No.
We did do
Walkman
Walkman 2 weeks ago for the workshops that we had. And,
I remember those.
But what about these, the in-person, the Veterans Park and Stevenson Park? Did the Walkman notify the residents that they're virtual, or are they still sitting there?
No.
In person?
They think they're in person still?
Well, it's on the website, and it's I think it's out in the email blast.
Yeah, that's for a limited number. We probably will have to reschedule.
Yeah, what about the Walkman handout door to door? What does it say for veterans and
well, the Walkman that we did back before Hemingway Park had all the dates on it.
I see. Okay, that answers the question.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Well, we need to do some outreach. That's
yeah.
for sure.
We didn't anticipate the Omicron being quite the factor.
So there is a flyer with all the dates on it, and what we had discussed was when we go to the park, there'd be a separate flyer made for that park,
right,
so that they would be notified. But there was one flyer with all dates on in case you didn't make it at Hemingway Park, you knew there was another one at Dominguez Park. But I think it's important for us, even the way we are right now with these Zoom, that we have the Walkman to walk them. It's too late for this one that's coming up. But in future, we should always have the Walkman to walk that community. And attendance has been low, by the way, also, if I'm not mistaken.
We had a decent turnout at Dolphin.
Mm-hmm. That was the first time we've been there.
First time we've been there. And I was pretty pleased with actually the number of people. And it was a very good discussion. And I actually put some of the comments by the members of the public in the staff report. Some of the feedback I got from the public, I came back the next day and had time to actually include it in the staff report.
So we're having a workshop tomorrow that's going to be virtual.
This is going to be virtual on Zoom.
And the next one is going to be when?
Next Tuesday. So we would have time to get.
Okay. All future ones should have the Walkman to walk that particular community.
Mm-hmm.
Acting city manager. David.
Yes, ma'am. We'll make that happen.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, just so you know, your video's not on.
It's not on?
Yeah.
That may be a good thing. You know, I start getting.
And I'm in the office. I'm having trouble with the computer, so that's why my video isn't on. I have a tech up here trying to help me. I apologize.
Okay.
You were next.
So are there any more questions from my colleagues before we open the public hearing? Okay, Madam City Clerk.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any public testimony?
There is one caller waiting in the waiting room. There is no way for me to determine if they are here for this, so I will invite them in and then I will ask them.
Okay.
Okay, to the resident that has just been admitted, you may unmute yourself. Are you here to speak on this particular agenda item? Kevin, do you see where they went?
Yeah, I asked them to unmute. There they go. Here they go.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to mute your internet or wherever you're watching the meeting live, so there's no feedback.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can, but because you're watching the meeting, there is about a 30-second delay. So go ahead and mute any other devices that you're on except for this one, and then you may speak.
Okay.
If you're calling about this agenda item.
Is he calling
Okay.
about the district?
Sir,
Yes.
are
Hello?
you here? Yes, hello, we're here and you're live in the council meeting. Are you here to speak about the redistricting item?
Yes.
Okay, sir, you have 3 minutes to address the council. Thank you.
Can you hear me, council?
Yes.
This is William Coons, and I was at the Dolphin Park districting seminar that was given by John Raymond. I would like to give a few opinions on the new. I think it's a step in the right direction. Both drafts are excellent. I prefer draft one a little more because there's less changes and it uses more major streets, major dividing streets, and the Dominguez Channel and the 405 freeway. I recommended to John, and I would like to make a couple recommendations that we try to get a piece of software that is available to the public on a map, like the previous one. We had census blocks or tracks, and we could couple it together and redo his map or invent a new map. That would be nice. Now, he recommended go to UC Berkeley website, and I was not able to see where that was or start that. So if he could publish or put online the link, or at least email it to me, he knows my email address. I could use the UC Berkeley one, but I think it would be easier for the public to comment if they had one on the city's website, or a direct link to something that we set up with UC Berkeley, or something easier, something more user friendly. But again, I do like the draft map one. I would like to see any of the draft maps. I would like to see where all 4 districts are on one map. The line street should be identified close to the line or at the line. And on some of the streets, I couldn't exactly tell which street that the dividing line between districts was. So that's a suggestion for improvement, which I did give that to John too. Anyway, I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Madam City Clerk, is there any more public comment?
There are none. Seeing none. Thank you.
Okay, seeing there's none, we're gonna close the public hearing. And we'll go into council deliberation. Anyone have any comments?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
This seems like a very good place to start. I would, not necessarily tonight, but I would maybe suggest at the next meeting some changes. But I like the fact that they address the issue where 2 years ago we had really only one public meeting of the community where people were really, really concerned about their neighborhood being split in half. In the Dominguez neighborhood, it was not split in half, but in the neighborhood around Carson Street Elementary School, it was split. And this seems to resolve that issue. Second point, along Tremont Street, it divided the south half of Tremont Street from the north half of Tremont Street between District 4 and District 1. And so that didn't seem like a very good idea when you had the water channel behind the homes in the south part of Tremont. That adjustment was made in the draft map. That looked like it was a good move, because by doing that, you eliminated the only place in the city of Carson where you had a very small residential street that had an intersection of these small residential streets where you had one house in one councilmanic district, another corner in another district, and another corner in another district. And both of these draft maps eliminate that problem, and I'm glad that the demographers addressed that issue. So that's my comments at this point.
Thank you. Any other comments, Councilman Mayor Pro Tem? Any comments?
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm still working out my thing here, but I think I appreciate these maps. They look great, some of them, and we just need to make sure that we have community input, and then we can make a decision.
Sounds good. Councilwoman, any comments? She's muted.
There we go. Yes. Good to hear. This is a good start. And also addressing our multicultural community. So if this redistricting will improve that, then that's always a good idea.
Yes.
So looking forward to more workshops.
Thank you.
And thank you, Andrew, for that presentation. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, and a pleasure to meet you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, Andrew, you did address a lot of our concerns. So I want to say thank you, because, you had 3 council people representing one block. Councilman Hicks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm glad that we've started the process. I just want to make sure, Andrew, if we can work on that deviation. I think we were looking at where we can kind of balance out the residents, that you don't have one so far to the left versus the other one to the right. So I know it was requested through you saying if this council would like to move forward with a third map, I'm thinking one that was more balanced than what we have currently, just to see what it looks like. And I think once we have that and have our residents go through it, we have our public comments and individuals can put their input. I think at that point in time, we can probably make a decision that is advantageous to all of us, and again, keeping the cultural diversity within our communities and within our districts as well.
And I do want to remind my colleagues, we don't have to do anything. These maps were put together trying to address some of the concerns that we had. We may even end up with the same maps that we have. I mean, the same district. So this is just one of a few more workshops, meetings that we're going to have.
Mayor, if you'd like, I know we're going to be back in front of the council on February 1st. We can certainly, per Councilmember Hicks's direction, develop a third draft map with slightly lower deviations, kind of try to get some more population equality in there, and we could do a presentation to the council on the 1st if you'd like us to do that, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We'd like that.
Madam?
Yes.
Yes, I also agree with Councilmember Hicks on maybe a third, since in my district I am with the largest deviation.
Yes.
So yes,
We may
that would
be able to
definitely
afford.
be.
You want more
Yes.
people. More
Yes.
people.
We may end up with a fourth map.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. So this was just receive and file. The other meetings will, community meetings will, one will be tomorrow. We're gonna make sure that we have the Walkman each time we have whether it's a virtual or in live meeting, but it's very important that we walk that area where we're having the meetings. So I rely on our acting city manager to make that happen. So no other further comments. We will receive and file this report, and we will see you tomorrow at a virtual town hall meeting.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Andrew.
I'm going to go to our next public hearing so we can get that out of the way, and that's item number 35. A public hearing to consider resolution number 22007, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Carson acting in its capacity as a legislative body of the City of Carson Community Facilities District number 2018-01, maintenance and services, approving annexation of number 10, 9-unit condominium development for the property located at 123 East 223rd Street, APN 7335-024-024, with the future annexation area City Council. Madam City Clerk, was this properly noticed?
Yes, the property owner, MMVON Capital Holdings LLC, submitted the unanimous approval consent letter to the City of Carson, requesting for annexation into the City of Carson Community Facilities District number 2018-01, maintenance and services. There are no noticing nor publication requirements required for this item beyond the Brown Act.
Okay. To my colleagues, so you have any questions about this item?
I'd like to hear the staff report first, and then I have some questions after that.
Okay. I want to open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, are there any public testimony?
There are not.
Okay.
What about the staff report?
I'm going to get to that.
That goes before the public hearing's opened. Because the public needs to hear the staff report before they comment.
Oh, staff, I don't know how I missed that. Staff, can you give me a report, please?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Madam Mayor, City Council, our Economic Development Director, Syed Sensei, will provide a brief report for you all.
Thank you, Mr. Acting City Manager. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, this action would authorize the annexation of this 9-unit condominium project located at 123 East 223rd Street, which is proposed for development by MMVON Capital Holdings LLC, and it'll be annexed into CFD number 2018-01 and by unanimous consent of the property owner. The annexation will increase the city's revenues by approximately $1,006.48 per unit, which amounts to $9,058.32 annually. That concludes staff's report.
Thank you. And now, Council, do you have any questions at the hearing of the staff report?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Shall I go first?
Yes.
Now, this is a vacant piece of property, right, Saeed? And it's proposed for 9 units. It is affordable housing or market rate housing?
It's market rate housing.
Market rate, I see. And tonight's action is just to annex it into the district. It's not to approve the project. Is that correct?
Yes, the project has already been approved by Planning Commission.
Oh, the Planning Commission, I see. Okay. And since, so it doesn't need to come back to the council?
No.
Okay. All right. And you said 9 units. How many stories are these units? Are they 1 story, 2 story, or 3 story?
To be very honest, I'm not sure. They're perhaps 2 stories.
Okay. The developer is Capital Holdings LLC, or you said another company, M&M?
MMVON.
MMVON Capital Holdings, yes.
MMVON Capital Holdings. Okay. Have they done any other developments in Carson?
Not that I'm aware of.
First one, okay. All right. Those are all the questions I have at this point. Thank you.
Okay. Is there, so we can open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, are there any public testimony?
No, Madam Mayor, there's not.
Oh, okay. Any closing comments from staff?
I have none.
Okay. Okay, the public hearing is closed. I will entertain council deliberation.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
is the applicant available?
no one's here.
I couldn't hear that question.
Is the applicant here?
Is the applicant here?
I see.
She said no one was here.
Yeah, we usually don't invite applicants for somewhat routine procedures such as this.
This is annexation.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I will make a motion to waive further reading and adopt resolution number 22-007. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Carson acting as in its capacity as a legislative body of the City of Carson Community Facilities District number 2018-01, Maintenance and Services, approving annexation number 10, which is a 9-unit condominium development, market rate, for property located at the address 123 East 223rd Street, and that's assessor parcel number 7335-024-024 within the future annexation area.
Second.
Roll call has been moved and properly second. Roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Bocatia Rojas.
She's on mute.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Deere.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hilton.
Yes.
And Madam Mayor Lula Davis.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you. We'll now go back to item number 14 is a presentation from Tesla on electric vehicle charging stations. Mr. Acting City Manager.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. We will have for you a presentation from Tesla, 2 of our Tesla representatives on the electric vehicle charging stations. And so as they are coming on camera now, I see David's just got his camera up, and I think he's got another representative as well. So they'll be providing that for you, Madam Mayor and Council.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much. It'll actually just be me presenting, and if you'll bear with me a second here, I'm going to try and share my screen so y'all can see it. All right, I think my screen is visible. Can you all see it?
I can't.
No, I can't.
Oh, so sorry.
There we go.
There we go.
You're on.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you for your time for this opportunity to present to you all this evening. My name is David Sacchi, and I'm a project developer for the charging infrastructure group here at Tesla. And I'm here this evening because staff from the city of Carson reached out to Tesla about potentially bringing fast electric vehicle charging to the city. And so Tesla put together a proposal that I wanted to present to you all this evening. Before jumping into it though, I just wanted to first open up with Tesla's mission, It's one that every employee here knows, which is that we're really here to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy. And we achieve that mission through the adoption of electric vehicles, through the implementation of electric vehicle charging infrastructure, and specifically what I have for you this evening is a proposal for the installation of an electric vehicle charging station within the city of Carson. Before going into the project specifics, I did want to do a brief introduction on the different types of electric vehicle charging. Typically, the industry refers to 3 different levels, levels 1, 2, and 3. Level 1, I didn't even mention. It's pretty slow and not often used, but it's similar to plugging in your Tesla or electric vehicle to the same type of plug that you'd recharge your phone with. It's very slow, not often used. The majority of electric vehicle drivers will charge their vehicles using either levels 2 or levels 3 of charging. And really the big difference is how long it takes to charge. So level 2 charging, the dwell time to recharge is measured in hours. And usually that's what an electric vehicle owner will do. They'll utilize level 2 charging if they're recharging their vehicle at home, in their garage, overnight. And what they'll do is they'll pay a rate based on the current rates they paid their electric provider to recharge their vehicle. And to do that, there's really 2 different industry standard plugs for level 2 charging. There's the Tesla plug and the plug that's called the J1772, which is used by non-Tesla vehicles. The project I'm proposing for the city of Carson this evening is actually for a faster type of charging, level 3 charging. And there's a much shorter dwell time to recharge your electric vehicle with this type of charging. So whereas level 2 charging is measured in hours, we're seeing Tesla drivers with level 3 charging, what we call superchargers, they're recharging the vehicles in about 30 minutes. The pricing for this is typically a little bit higher than what a driver might pay to recharge at a level 2 charging station. However, we're able to, or drivers who recharge at these faster speeds are able to move along from their charging location faster. Whereas level 2 charging has really 2 different standards that exist today, level 3 charging, there's sort of 3 different standards. The Tesla standard, there's one called CCS and one called CHAdeMO that are used by other automakers. I threw a lot of lingo out. If there's questions about it, happy to come back to it later. But I mention this because I do want to briefly show what the electric vehicle charging landscape looks like today in the city of Carson and nearby the city of Carson. So currently today, there exists 2 fast EV charging stations within the city limits, and then there's about 6 additional ones within about 5 miles of City Hall. Currently today, the types of fast EV charging that exist use the other 2 connector types, the non-Tesla connector types. So we refer to them as CHAdeMO and CCS, but there's currently no fast charging connector that can serve Tesla vehicles and Tesla drivers in the city. These fast charging stations have speeds up to 150 kilowatts, which is a measure of how fast power is delivered to a vehicle. And there's a mixed user experience. Some of these stations are free. Some of these stations require that you pay for them. Some have an app that you would use to access the station. Others have a credit card terminal. It's a really mixed experience, and there's sometimes limited hours. Some stations are hidden behind dealerships or behind gates that might close after hours. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. The electric vehicle charging landscape that exists today in and nearby the city of Carson. At the same time, Tesla is also building out our own network, or actually has our own network of fast EV charging stations. I've got a map of the South Bay here, and the red dots with lightning bolts, those represent stations that are open today for Tesla drivers to quickly recharge their vehicles. And the folks that are using these stations are typically going to fall into one of two buckets. They're usually either residents of that nearby area that don't have access to home charging, or they're Tesla drivers who are passing through the area of this charging station. They're transient visitors and need to recharge their vehicle before moving on to their final destination. On this map here, I hope you can see that along the 405, there's a pretty large gap where I think to place a quick supercharger station in Carson would be a fantastic opportunity. And that yellow star that I put on there, that's the proposed location that I wanted to talk about a little bit today, is the idea of putting a fast Tesla EV charging station at the Civic Center in Carson. And basically what we want to do, and what Tesla does in general, is we want to invest in properties to meet the demand of electric vehicle charging in the market. So typically what we do is if we identify a location where we think drivers would really appreciate EV charging, we'll install what we call a supercharger station, which is comprised of a couple pieces of equipment that support the recharging of electric vehicles. But what most drivers and customers see are the supercharger posts. So pictured here is a supercharger station with 4 Teslas plugged into it. So those 5-foot tall white and red posts, we call those supercharger posts. And that's what a customer will back their car up to and plug in. We'll typically find locations where we can install 8 or more supercharger posts for one project. And when the station is eventually complete and up and running, Tesla drivers will be able to recharge their vehicles in about 30 minutes at a 250 kilowatt output. And tangibly what this means is that we're proposing installing electric vehicle charging that's up to 5 times faster than what currently exists today in and nearby the city of Carson. This is a project that Tesla would basically take care of financially, and that we would cover all costs to design, permit, install, operate, and maintain the station. We would cover all the equipment needed to power the station. We would coordinate all the utility upgrades. So this is effectively a turnkey project. We are not asking for the city of Carson to cover any cost to do this project. There's a bunch of benefits that I think the city of Carson would enjoy from a project like this. It supports the city's goals. It aligns with the sustainability plans that are listed on the city's website. This kind of project would increase the livability for locals and visitors in the city. Having more electric vehicles on the road helps lower local emissions levels. And this project would also help support the state's EV goal of having 250,000 chargers by 2025, 10,000 of those which are the fast recharging variety. And furthermore, to sort of hyper-focus on the location where I think this project would really succeed in the Civic Center parking lot, this would help meet the city's EV charging needs, which I learned a little bit about when I met with Public Works. Additionally, this particular station would help serve drivers in not only the existing multifamily housing units that are nearby, but also the planned ones that are coming in soon. And when drivers are recharging their Tesla vehicles for that roughly half-hour dwell time, what we typically find is that those drivers are looking for a way to pass the time. They're looking for something to do. And we really try and match up amenities that match the dwell time of Tesla drivers here. So in the half hour it takes to recharge your vehicle, usually our drivers like to find a place to grab something to eat, maybe a coffee, use the restroom. And there's a shopping plaza right across the street with various restaurants that we think Tesla drivers would frequent as they're recharging their vehicles. And furthermore, by Tesla coming in and installing charging at our cost, that provides a cost savings to the city by not having to install the infrastructure themselves. Tesla has worked with various municipalities across the state to do projects like this before. One that I did want to highlight was that we actually engaged the city of Riverside a couple of years ago to install a supercharger station in sort of their downtown Mission Square district. We installed, again at Tesla's cost, 24 supercharger stalls and all the infrastructure needed to support them. And today that site is open and it's serving not only local residents, but also drivers passing through the area. And it's helping funnel business to the existing businesses that are nearby that station. So what I'm specifically proposing and would love to hear feedback on this evening is if Tesla could install a supercharger station within the parking lot at the Civic Center. We're proposing a 20 supercharger stall station. And again, Tesla would cover all upfront and ongoing costs to do so. And initially, we plan to have the station open so our agreements are structured where we'd be on site for up to 15 years. So we open the station and we'd initially plan to be there for 5 years and then have the option for 2 additional 5-year extension options. So we'd have up to a 15-year total project duration for the station. Meeting with Public Works, the area that we were thinking about was the southernmost part of the parking lot at the Civic Center, closest to Carson Street for the 20 stall station. We think that it would be very visible to drivers coming on Carson Street and also provide a short walking distance to either the shopping plaza across Carson Street. There's also a DoubleTree Hotel actually on the eastern side of the parking lot with a cafe that could also serve Tesla drivers. They could frequent that while they're waiting for their cars to recharge. And really the goal, or my goal this evening, was to present the project and really try and solicit feedback from the mayor and council to give you a sense of what the next steps would be if there's alignment here. Basically, first Tesla and the city would enter into a business agreement. We anticipate that takes roughly 2 months to complete. It's actually a process that we already started. So Tesla and one of the city attorneys are currently working on getting that agreement squared away. Once we've come to an agreement, Tesla then starts the technical due diligence of the project. We'll apply for a building permit, and once the city issues it, we'll then start construction of the station and open it to the public. I anticipate due diligence will take roughly 6 to 9 months. And then once Tesla has the permit in hand and is ready to build the station, in general, it takes about 3 months to construct the site before it's open to the public and ready to serve its first drivers. With that, I want to thank you for your time and open up the forum to any questions that the council might have.
Thank you very much. I met with Public Works on this project, and I wanted to have Eliza Jane a presentation because, and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues. But I think we want to put together David, our acting city manager, an item to come before this body, because this is briefly a presentation based upon everything that you had said. So that's where I'm going, because this was just a presentation, and we need to work with our attorney, your attorney, and work out all the details and bring back a report to the city council and have a roundtable discussion. So to my colleagues, any comments on the presentation? Where are you?
Madam. Oh.
Yes.
No, Arlene, go ahead.
Yes, I have a question. Thank you again for that presentation, very thorough. There's 2 questions. Will it be open to other green vehicles and not just Tesla?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Thanks for the question, council member. So today, as it exists, Tesla supercharger stations work for Tesla vehicles only. There is a plug specific for Tesla vehicles that, despite inviting the rest of the industry to to use has not been adopted by other EV makers. Of course,
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. And as far as advertisement, how could we publicly advertise that? Can we use it on our city website or on our channels to advertise that this would be a Tesla charging station? How would that work as far as advertisement?
Sure. Well, thank you for the question, Council Member. If I understand correctly, the question is how do we let folks know that there's a Tesla supercharger station in the city of Carson within the Civic Center parking lot? And every Tesla vehicle has a touchscreen in it that includes a map with all of the available electric vehicle charging stations that vehicle can use. And so once this station is open to the public, the station within the city of Carson will appear on the map that any Tesla driver that is looking for charging would be able to find in their vehicle. We can, of course, work with the city on getting the word out to other residents as well, and maybe folks who don't have Teslas quite yet would want to know that a station is coming soon. So we can work together on figuring out what the right message is.
Perfect. Thank you.
To my other colleagues, any questions?
Madam Mayor.
MPT.
Yes. So I think we welcome the Tesla model here in our community. It's long overdue for some quality chargers in our community. We have a number of people who drive Teslas in our community, and they have to go to places like Del Amo Mall, Manhattan Beach, if they need a fast charge, or if they forgot to charge their car, even if they have it at home or somehow, some way the connection did not make. I have residents kind of reaching out, asking questions, so I'll ask those questions real quick. How will these charging stations affect the residents due to power surges during warmer weather months?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. So we will receive power from the station from Southern California Edison. So we are as reliant on the grid as everyone else is. There are ways that we can design a station for resiliency, if that's a concern, and we can. In certain situations, we may design a station to have a battery backup, so that if the grid goes down, there is still the ability to recharge vehicles. So as we're working with city staff on planning out the station, that's a conversation that we could potentially have.
Okay. And then I think another one here was the question, would residents have to have longer shutdowns due to overload? It's kind of like the one and the same question pretty much.
So if I understand the concern, it sounds like that residents might be concerned that this station is consuming power that the residents of the city would then not have access to. And I'd like to assure you, Council Member, and the rest of the residents that Tesla works closely with Southern California Edison on a daily basis. We've got a standing weekly meeting with them, and they only approve and provide power to our projects if they and their planners feel confident that they can meet our needs in addition to the existing needs of the circuit. So there should be no negative impacts on other power consumers in the region by having a Tesla charging station here.
Thank you. I want to thank you, and I want to say to the community who's watching tonight, this is really what our city is about, becoming that destination city. So I hope this body welcomes this with open arms, of course, after we talk numbers and negotiation, of course.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilwoman.
Okay. Thank you, David. I have another question. You might already have this answer. It might be new. I'm not sure. But as far as this service, would Uber drivers or taxis be able to access this through our civic center, and will they be a charge for them for city revenue if they were able to access?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. As I understand it, we don't currently block access to any drivers that are currently paying to use our charging stations. So effectively, Tesla will bill a driver for the electricity that they consume through this station. So to the best of my knowledge, we don't discriminate for a rideshare driver versus a non-rideshare driver,
Sure.
as long as they're paying for the electricity used.
Okay, thank you.
I've got some questions.
Okay, Councilman.
First of all, David, thank you very much for the presentation. It was very clear, very good, but it did create more questions. How much does it cost to charge your car at one of your stations in Southern California that are currently existing? And do you think it would be any different in Carson if someone came in maybe with they're almost out of power, but they pull off the freeway onto the site and they pull in for a 30-minute charge and they needed a full charge? How much does that cost someone?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. The amount it costs to recharge an electric vehicle it's a difficult question because it's sort of similar to the question, how much does it cost to fill up a gas car? As it depends on the price of gas and how large the gas tank is and how empty you are at the time. But to give you a very, very, very rough generalization, if you were to take the entry-level car that the Tesla offers, the Model 3 sedan, roughly $20 is I think the sort of empty to full answer. If you were to get a vehicle that had a larger battery that could drive further on a full charge, that has more capacity to fill up, it could be more expensive. But I would say roughly $20 is the ballpark from empty to full on the entry-level model. But the goal is that what it costs to recharge a Tesla on our station, at a supercharger station, always cheaper than gas. That's the goal.
Right. Yeah, that's a great goal. It keeps the air cleaner and it sure saves a lot of money for the consumer. Okay, the next question is, let's see, are you proposing 20 stalls for cars to be charged in these supercharger stations? Are you proposing any other structures or signage to be built at your cost?
Thanks for the question, Council Member. So there are additional structures or at least equipment needed to support our station. So if I could actually back up my slide a little bit, I'll give you a visual. So what we can see here are we've got two Tesla vehicles backed up and plugged into what we call the supercharger posts. These posts are fed by some upstream equipment. So there will be some additional upstream equipment that Tesla will provide. Some equipment will be provided by Southern California Edison. Does that answer your question, or was there something else?
Yeah, that does. I mean, but you imagine a steel box similar to a traffic signal box that you might see a steel structure near an intersection that has the electronics for the traffic signal. This would be that type of a box, and it would just have the word Tesla written on it and what are the data the electricians would need for access.
Gotcha. Thanks for clarifying. So there are some pieces of equipment that Southern California Edison will probably need to provide. Surely one of them will be an electrical transformer, which will be a big green box. And depending on the existing circuit load, there might be some additional smaller green boxes that will be needed. Oftentimes, our projects will need anywhere between 1 to 3 additional green boxes from Southern California Edison. And then between those and what the customers see as the supercharger posts exist rectifiers, or what Tesla calls cabinets. And that's sort of where the magic happens. That's where the AC power is pulled in from the grid and is converted to direct current, to DC power. And those cabinets then feed our stations. So for every 4 charge posts that we install, we need 1 cabinet to support those. And they're roughly the size of a refrigerator. So I hope that helps you visualize the upstream equipment that will be needed.
Well, that helps, but that looks like to me with 5 charging posts, with 20 charging posts, that would be 5 green boxes above ground. And then in addition to Edison Company's structures, have you any locations where these boxes are in vaults, concrete vaults below ground level? And could you put those in Carson?
Thank you for the question. So Southern California Edison does require that all of their supporting equipment be above ground structures. And the Tesla equipment will be white. It's unbranded. And it's actually, I think, pretty aesthetically pleasing, but we can certainly work with staff to work and locate it in a manner or in such a way that it's as visually appealing as possible.
Can we put some public art on them?
I don't see why not. We can't put any anything actually on the white Tesla cabinets, but perhaps we could work with staff to work on maybe some screening that involves either public art or fencing for public art.
Because you're adjacent to the Carson International Sculpture Garden at this location. It only has 1 sculpture at this point, but hopefully there'll be more sculptures, maybe 30 or 35 sculptures in the future. There's a statue there. You'll probably see it if you go take a look at it. All right, the next question is on your proprietary plug, people without Teslas that want to have this supercharger station access, are there currently adapters available on the market that they could buy?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. Today, there are not. Our CEO, Elon Musk, has said that the goal is to someday, potentially open up the network. But today, no, there is no such adapter.
So of all the makes and models of electric vehicles, cars and trucks, and other electric equipment, only Teslas can be charged at this 20 post location in your proposal. Is that correct?
Thank you, Council Member. Yes, that's correct. It is, I think, also important for context that of the electric vehicles that are on the road today, roughly 80% of the EV electric vehicle fleet in California are Tesla vehicles. So if the goal is to reach as many electric vehicle drivers as possible, it is important to have a charging solution that includes access to Teslas.
How many of the electric vehicle share ride like Lyft and Uber and other competing companies operate Teslas when they operate electric vehicles?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. I'm not sure what the percentage of Teslas are in rideshare fleets. I don't have that information, unfortunately.
Okay, well, so when you say 80% of the vehicles on the road that are consumer purchased retail vehicles operated by residents and visitors to Carson are Tesla now, that's your statistic, right? Well, I think it was Will Rogers that said there are 3 kinds of lies. There are lies, damn lies, and statistics. So this charging station proposal do you envision in the foreseeable future to make it available to non-Tesla manufactured electric vehicles, or is that not the intention?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. I don't know, unfortunately, what the intention is as far as opening up our global network of superchargers. I know that globally it's a goal that our CEO has stated, but I'm not aware of any sort of micro or regional decisions right now.
Okay, let me switch gears a little bit. The next question is regarding something another council member said about a battery. If the grid were to go down, or the transformer station or the area transformer were to go down because a vehicle runs into the telephone pole and the transformer is out of commission, and there's no power going to these 5 posts, 20 rather, there's 20 posts, you could install a battery system so people pulling off the freeway, pulling into this site would still be able to charge their vehicle?
Thanks for the question, Council Member. So potentially, there are some stations that we have deployed battery backups at to provide resiliency in the event of the grid going down or not being able to receive the full power needed. There are various technical challenges to doing so, so it's not the right fit for every project, but it's certainly something that we could explore for this location.
You said it's not the right fit for this particular proposed project? I maybe misunderstood what you said.
Sorry about that. Let me clarify. Not all projects have the potentially the right space for battery storage, and not all projects have the economics that work for battery storage. So it's a solution that exists, but it's not a silver bullet that works for all stations.
Right. So this particular location may or may not fit the criteria necessary to warrant a battery storage. If there was battery storage, how much space would that take? And that would be above ground, I assume, or below ground?
Thanks for the question, Council Member. So battery storage would exist above ground. At other sites, we've deployed a product that we call a mega pack that is roughly the size of one of those shipping containers that you see at the port.
Okay, the next question is the way these posts are set up with 20 stalls. Of course, that would take those stalls out of commission as far as public parking. You could only park a Tesla there. I assume that would be part of the agreement. Is that correct?
Thanks for the question, Council Member. Yes, that's the intention, is that these posts remain available for Tesla drivers to access at all times. And we incentivize drivers to be plugged in and occupying those spots for only the time they need to recharge, and then to vacate the spot when they're done charging their vehicle.
They'd be required to vacate the spot?
There is
some type of agreement with the owner of the Tesla, or what? How does that work?
So as Tesla drivers are recharging their vehicle, they can track how full it is, either via the app that they use to access their vehicle, or they can also track it from inside the vehicle on a touchscreen. And when the vehicle is full of electricity and done charging, the driver will be notified to move their vehicle. And if they do not do so within a reasonable period of time, they may then receive additional fees and charges until their vehicle is moved.
I see. 3 more questions. The first one is lighthearted. Did you realize you would be on the hot seat tonight?
Thank you, Council Member. I expected it and was looking forward to it.
Okay, thank you. But 2 more questions, and then I'll let you go. The first one, we have a utility user tax in Carson. Your other cities that have utility user tax, Can you confirm that your company would be paying that utility user tax to the city of Carson?
Thank you for the question, council member. I actually don't handle utility billing, so I'm not familiar with those arrangements, unfortunately.
Could you get the answer to that question for us?
I can certainly find out. Yes.
I mean, you could tell the public works staff, and they could tell us. I mean, we just need a confirmation of that, because obviously, if you had all 20 posts operating and you had lots of Teslas pulling off the freeway, hopefully buying other things in Carson when they're here, that could be a lot of electricity use. So it would be beneficial to us if that was the case. So could you? I don't want to assume that, but I would like to know the answer to that question. If you could get that information.
Councilman, all of your questions, I would like them included with answers in the report that staff brings back, so it's memorialized and we'll have the answers, because they're good questions. So yeah.
I have one more question. Thank you. And this question might be the most difficult, David, for you. These installations, are they done by organized union labor contractors or non-union contractors?
Thank you, council member. To answer your question, Tesla will contract out the project to non-union contractors.
Okay, you're talking about 480 volts of electricity in each one of these posts, as you referred to. That's a pretty serious electrical work. I think there may be some legislation or some policies of the city of Carson that you might want to check with our public works department on. We do require in Carson that certain standards of electrical work be met. And I'm sure you meet the California electrical codes, but I'm talking about training, certification, and experience of the installers. So I suggest you look into that, because when I was the mayor of the city of Carson, I was successful in getting that approved in Carson. And I think that's worth you consulting with the public works staff, and I'd like to get that answer from you or the staff. And that concludes my series of questions at this point, but I certainly will have more in the future. And thank you very much for bearing with me with all these questions. They're very important.
And if you have some additional ones, please give them to staff so we can include them in the report when it comes back to this body for a consideration of these charging stations. Like my Mayor Pro Tem said, this is something that's takes Carson to the next generation. Tesla is a known company, so I'm not expecting any shabby work. And then also, we have 6 charging stations at IKEA right now that anyone can use. And it takes about 30 minutes for those stations. It
takes about 4 days. It takes about 4 days for those to charge your car at the one in IKEA.
Really?
Yeah, it takes hours. They're very low voltage. They're blinks. So David may know the voltage to that. They're not fast chargers.
They're not fast chargers.
Like level 1? Level 1, is that what David referred to?
Yeah, they might be level 1.5, and I'm not just saying that, but they charge very slow.
And any vehicle can go there and charge, even though it's slow. So, David, could you work with our public works staff and our city attorneys and bring back a report and address all the questions that the councilman had in the report, answers to their, so we can see which direction we're going to be moving forward. This was just a presentation, and I wanted my colleagues to hear it, and then we will come back with a written report. And also, David, thank you for being so patient with us and coming out this evening. but there will be a report coming back to this body. Yes, Councilman Hicks. I can't see you.
You can't see me?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
But I can hear you.
Okay. To David, thank you for bringing, my questions are brief. My concern is we have a Clean Power Alliance that works within our city that we are part of. And I think you were here to see their presentation. And I heard you talk to Edison. And I think our staff is here, Rita Kuchar. We put out an RFP in regards to putting in charging stations. This is something that I've been passionate about for the last 8 or 9 years and wanted to make sure we got those back on board. My concern, you want to put in 20 of the Tesla chargers, which are not compatible to any other vehicle except a Tesla. And I know there are many people in the community that have other cars besides a Tesla. Does it have to be the 20 chargers but for Tesla, number one? Does it, for it to pencil out for you, does it have to be 20 chargers?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. Does it have to be 20 chargers to pencil out for us? Yeah. The answer is right now it's looking like yes. We work with a lot of, let me back up. A lot of infrastructure and cost goes into building our stations. And we like to amortize those high costs among as many charging posts as possible. So to have a high number of posts that drivers can use help make these stations economically feasible for us.
And then the other question, why wasn't a V3 charger looked at? You said a 1 and a 2, but not a 3?
Oh, thank you for the question, Council Member. So are you referring to the different levels of charging?
Different charging levels. Yeah, the supercharger, the ones that the V3s that some of my residents are having to go to Cerritos with their Teslas to get them charged because there's nothing around in the area.
Thank you for clarifying. Yeah, so the proposal here is to install our fastest charging product that we currently offer. We at Tesla call it the version 3 or V3 charger. This is the one that can recharge at 250 kilowatts, which is a faster charging technology than exists currently at Cerritos. So the goal is to basically put the fastest chargers we have available right here in Carson.
Cerritos is like 72, if I'm not mistaken, right?
It's what?
72 kilowatt opposed to 240, correct?
Mm-hmm. It's fast. It's really fast.
Not Cerritos. It's not fast as
this one.
Del Amo.
Del Amo's is better?
Yeah. But I'm saying that Carson will be the fastest.
Carson will, yeah.
So then my question to the staff, where are we at with our proposal that we went out and trying to get our own charging stations? Because I know through the CPA program, we were supposed to get charging stations installed based upon our membership. And I need to know where we at with that. And once we've got that information from staff, how soon, David, are we getting a written report? I don't like verbal stuff. It doesn't work for me. I need to see it written on paper. So I go back and look at it, read it again, put my notes into it, because people say one thing, but when they put it on paper, it's the real deal.
Well, Councilman, wasn't that our EV, when we had the EV charging stations demonstration over 2 years ago?
Yes, that's why, yes. And I'm trying to find out from staff what happened, where we at with that process.
Okay. Okay, well, all those answers need to be addressed, and my request is still the same, that we answer all the questions that have been proposed here tonight and work with our staff, our city attorneys, and come up with an agenda item to come before this council for consideration. And David, thank you for waiting patiently and doing your presentation this evening. It has to come before the council in the form of a written report, and then we will make a decision from there. I'd like to see exactly what we're talking about also installing these stations. I'd like to walk the site.
Yeah, I don't like the location. Personally.
Okay, so Eliza Jane.
Yes, ma'am.
Does it have to be, okay, well, I'll talk to you offline, but I'm looking at the location. The councilman said he doesn't like it, but are there any alternative sites?
We can definitely take a look at that. Are you thinking more within the community center parking lot?
Oh, I'm just looking at alternative sites. I want to hear from you and what recommendations, plan A and plan B.
So absolutely. We also, in addition to answer Councilman Hicks' question about other charging stations throughout Carson, we are also working with SCE on their EV charging program. And so we're looking at putting in charging stations at parks throughout the city of Carson for other types of EV chargers and vehicles. But we can definitely take another look with Tesla. I think one of the reasons we selected community center was because of its location around with the multiple housing and all the other assets near the 405, where a lot of the Tesla vehicles and owners could come off within Southern California to get a charge. But we can definitely work with you guys and find out.
Yeah, plan A and plan B, and we're not going to solve it tonight. I think when it comes back into a written report, everything you've heard tonight, you should be able to address in that report to answer all of our questions and pros and cons.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right.
No, I have a question for Eliza Jane Whitman as well. Hi, Eliza Jane.
Hi.
So I know the mayor mentioned that you met with her and about this project, but did you invite the other council members to
That's
learn
why
about
I
the
brought
project?
it as a presentation. I said, let's do a presentation so the entire body will see this presentation. This is the first time I've seen it also.
Okay. Well, I'd like to meet with you as well, Eliza Jane, because
sure.
I have some other questions that maybe it's more appropriate for the city staff than it is for the project proposer.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So it was not, thank you very much, David.
David, please don't get discouraged. We want you here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members.
Okay. The next, I'm going to skip down to item number 16, a presentation for waste management, and then we'll go back to the video presentation.
Okay, Madam Mayor, our presentation for waste management, the transfer station, that's going to have to be continued if you're okay with that. The individual who's going to be presenting, it wasn't available this evening.
Okay.
We got word last moment due to COVID. However, they will be available for February 1st.
Okay. All right. Well, then we'll do the video presentation.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. It's with great pleasure. I'd like to thank our staff, in particular, Mr. Michael Whitaker, for putting on a wonderful virtual presentation for you all this evening to see as a snippet that was provided last night, along with Mr. Robert Lennox, our Director of Community Services. They put a lot of time and effort into this, and despite the challenges, they were able to provide this wonderful presentation for you all. Obviously, it does my heart well to be able to introduce this for the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. It's about a 2-minute video, also being able to state he is also a wonderful legacy. And I can see Mayor Pro Tem glaring with my eyes, but I have to say it, being that he is my fraternal and fraternity brother, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. So with that, Madam Mayor and City Council, we present to you this beautiful presentation of our Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s legacy is more than I have a dream speech. His legacy is a true testimony of how far we have come today as a nation. And I'm honored to be here as we celebrate the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
He has built his life, his legacy on service and community building. Here in the city of Carson, I patterned my life after Dr. King, he being a pastor and a community activist, me being a pastor and a councilman. Service is the price that we pay for the space that we occupy.
We have a duty to our own to make sure we don't misrepresent who we are. Dr. King has always been a positive individual who influenced me on so many ways to be who I am as a young man here in the city of Carson.
Martin Luther King Jr. was a modern American patriot that we all have a great in debt to, benefiting America, benefiting all generations of all people in our entire country.
On this day of remembrance, think about how you can serve and embody his legacy by helping your community every day.
Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, is exactly
what motivates me to do the people's work here in Sacramento, as well as in my district. Carson, you matter. The work that Dr. King started and that we continue to do, it matters.
I encourage you all to love your neighbor and continue to fight for equity, equality, and peace and love.
He was called to fight against racial injustice. The mission, unity, change, and justice through nonviolence and love.
Love, the legacy of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
That was quick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That was a presentation. Again, the actual video was about 35 minutes long. We had quite a few that actually viewed it, considering even though it was a virtual event. But there was a tremendous response, and I just want to again thank everyone that participated. The narrations that were done. We had several staff that implemented and articulated a lot of the legacy events that Dr. King provided. So thank you so much for allowing us to produce and show you that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I didn't look as bad as I thought I did.
You look all right.
I was 2 days into COVID.
The next
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, staff, for doing that. Legacy, I do want to apologize to you and the community that at the time where I needed to do a video was like my 5th day of COVID quarantine. So I think my voice sounded like similar to maybe like Lou Rawls. So yes, but I apologize for that. And again, thank you again for doing that. That was a great job. And very proud and again, to celebrate Dr. Martin Luther King on this day and to understand the freedom and unity and racial equality is what we continue to strive even today. So thank you for that dedication.
Thank you,
City of Carson.
To the staff, it was an excellent 30-minute documentary. I just was, I enjoyed it. It was just long enough to the foundation, to the narrators, where they were just excellent. The shots, if you've seen it, they'll be showing. It was just very right on point. So I learned some things that I didn't know. But it was educational, informative, and very well done. So kudos to the staff, David Roberts, Robert Lennox, job well done. Thank you so much. The next item is all communications for matters listed on the agenda. Madam City Clerk, do you have any all communications for items listed on the agenda?
No, ma'am, there is no one waiting.
Oh, okay. Consent items number 17 through 34. I move for approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Does anyone want to pull an item?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to pull item number 34.
34. I'd like to, anyone else?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I do want to pull item 32 on Shippers Transport Express.
Shippers. That's, and I'd like to pull 22, 24, and 29. You pull 32. Okay, thank you. Approval of the consent calendar with exception of items number 22, 24, 29, 32, and 34. All in favor?
Aye.
Madam City Clerk?
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Bocatia Rojas?
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes, just want to make sure, Madam Mayor, you want to pull 20?
22.
Okay. Yes. I thought we pulled that one already, but okay.
I pulled 22.
It was approved.
It was approved.
Oh, item 22. What was item 22?
Yeah, we voted on that one.
Oh, we pulled that one. Okay, that one's been taken care of. So take out 22. So it's 24. 29, 32, and 34. Okay, item number 24 is. I just want to do it to the staff. Item number 24 is consider an update on the redesignation of Alameda Boulevard to a state route number 47. Want a quick report on that?
Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I'm not sure, Madam Mayor, that we finished the vote.
Yeah.
I thought we did.
We did not. We left off at Councilmember Hicks, and there is someone waiting in the queue at this time, Madam Mayor. I don't know if you want to finish the vote or you want me to check.
Let's finish the vote and then we'll go back.
Okay, so I left off at Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Deere.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Hilton.
Yes.
And Madam Mayor Lula Davis Holmes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And go back to all communications.
Okay.
2932.
I am going to admit the person and ask them what item they'd like to speak to. To the person who's just been added to the meeting, I'd like to ask that you mute your other device. Okay. Don't mute yourself. Mute your other device so that there's no echo or delay.
Back to all communications.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Hello? Yes?
Yes. Yes. Hello. Are you here to speak to an item for the oral communications portion of the program?
I would like to speak on at the end to non-agendized.
Okay.
Okay. We will pull you in at that time.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Item number 24.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 24 is to consider an update on redesignation of Alameda Boulevard to State Route 47. Our Director of Public Works, Ms. Eliza Jane Whitman, is going to provide that quick update for you all.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council members. Quick update, I had an opportunity to speak with the Director of Caltrans District 7, which Carson is within, and he gave me a quick update. He's very active in participating with his staff and actually will be meeting with us this Thursday to continue our discussion on an MOU for Caltrans to take over maintenance activities, in particular spot repairs along Alameda Street. They are also pursuing the official adoption of Alameda Street into the state highway system, which includes working with the California Transportation Commission, which is a completely separate agency from Caltrans, and they will make a final determination when we work with the Caltrans for all of the adoptions. But to have a smooth adoption process, Caltrans has committed to work with Carson and our items, and so we may have to meet with the California Transportation Commission, but more to come on that. In addition, Caltrans has committed to do the spot repairs, and I think this is going to be really important for our memorandum of understanding, because this particular street is heavily trafficked by trucks coming from the ports. And so it does have an unduly impact to our maintenance team. Also, I learned last week that Caltrans is actually in the process of hiring a specialist to specifically lead this effort on the adoption process for Alameda Street. And they expect that person to be on board in the next 1 to 2 months. Finally, they are expecting this adoption process with the California Transportation Commission to take 12 to 24 months. But they have committed to make it go quickly as fast as they possibly can to shorten this timeline. And they also have offered to give a presentation, if you so desire, on the next council meeting, which is February 1st, if you have any additional questions, as well as, any additional points that you'd like him to address. And that concludes my summary.
Thank you. And I know they agreed when we were meeting to start maintaining the site. They've been doing that.
Yeah, and that's actually, that's part of the memorandum of understanding that they want to hash or work with us on to make sure that for liability reasons and everything else that we all, both sides agree. So they definitely are going to be helping maintain that street.
Okay, so we'll keep this. I'll invite them to a future meeting once we.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank
Well,
you.
I've got some questions, Madam Mayor, for the Public Works Director. Hi again, Eliza Jane.
Hello.
So if we turn over the control of the street to the state, other than the maintenance, filling the potholes and other infrastructure, engineering, maintenance and repair, doesn't that entail something else as far as zoning issues and or what's the word for it? Use issues of the properties and the public right-of-way along Alameda Street? Because, when you look at it today, you mentioned it's heavily trafficked by trucks. But, I've stood at Alameda Street and it might be several minutes and no truck goes by. It's not as heavily used as we would think it would be. Maybe it's more used now than it was a few years ago, but can you outline, well, let me put it this way. Could you outline the advantages to the city of Carson or any city doing this turnover and the disadvantages to the local municipal government to turn over a street to the state? Maybe if you could give us some advantages and disadvantages.
Yeah, I'm thinking that to give you a more complete, summary of all of that, I should probably take a little bit of time and look at all of that.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that can come back in a report.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, if you would do that, that would be really useful.
Sure.
All right, thank you.
It's something we've been talking about for years. It's just not happening.
Well, the thing is that, we've been arguing for support for the city of Carson because this street is the Alameda corridor. It's utilized by the port traffic, and we have to maintain it and deal with the noise, the air pollution, etc. So we at one time talked about a sound wall to protect the Dominguez neighborhood, the presidential tracks, and the Lincoln Village neighborhood. And I want to make sure that we don't do something that puts us at a disadvantage as far as the possibility of getting support from the state or other entities for protecting that neighborhood. So that's why I'd like Eliza Jane to bring that report back with the pros and cons.
Yeah, thank you, Eliza Jane.
Sure.
So we'll be bringing it back, and as we march along, because this has just been laying around, and we want to make a decision on it because it's not only Carson. Those trucks are running up and down the street. Okay, thank you. That's item number 29. I beg your pardon?
I believe that was 24, Madam Mayor. You're looking at item 29 now?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. So that is item number 29 is to consider an update from the Legislative Ad Hoc Committee regarding our Neighborhood Voices Initiative.
Okay.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
I'm listening.
Okay, and so this item was an informational update from the Legislative Ad Hoc Committee that consisted of our Madam Mayor, Luda Davis Holmes, and as well as Councilmember Hicks, and that was on the Neighborhood Voices Initiative. It's a local grassroots response to enacted state of California legislation, such as the Senate Bill 9 that preempts local control over land use, and zoning pertaining to single family areas. And that was for your approval this evening.
Thank you, Acting Director. I've been in contact with this group, and I told them that I would like to definitely be on point and on the board, part of the membership when they start addressing this. I was at a meeting in Santa Barbara at a conference, and all the cities in the South Bay area are just livid that we're losing local control. So what I wanted to do, I'm already going to be a part of that. I want to know if my colleagues wanted to sign on and be a part of this as the entire city council. The mayor and Redondo Beach is running lead on this, Dave. He's the chairperson.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
So I just want to get some input from my colleagues on the city council. They already know that I want to be a part of it, and Councilman Hicks, but I thought this was something that we could all be a part of.
That's a good idea. I certainly will join you in that.
Madam Mayor, I've already lent my name and support to that as well.
Yes, okay. And Councilman Hicks, Councilwoman?
Yes, I think we have a consensus here. Sounds good.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And Madam Mayor, just so the public understands the measures that the City Council is going through to retain control of its land use powers, the announcement I made out of the closed session was also the City Council authorizing a lawsuit to challenge this state law as going beyond its stated intentions. This is great news, and I'm excited for the council standing up on this issue too.
Yeah, the cities, the other mayors and council people, they were just livid. But anyway, so this is a receiving file. And the letter, is there being a letter drafted up?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor. So we do have a letter, and if the council pleases the council, we'll ensure that their laser signature will be added to that letters of support that we can send out.
Everyone okay with that? Or would you like to see it before it goes out?
No, I think the city manager can put the letter together.
Okay.
Sounds good.
The ad hoc committee, I think. We don't need to micromanage everything, so a letter makes sense.
Okay, thank you. Item number 2 is 32. It was pulled by our councilwoman.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, it's just really more of a clarification. So I just wanted to make sure this is the shippers transport that the then Mayor Pro Tem Deere requested a special meeting, and we did meet and we did agree upon and took care of this. So I just need a clarification on why it was put on the agenda. I thought that we had rectified all the issues on that one and came to an agreement on that one. So I just want to make sure that there are no changes.
There are no changes.
Okay.
And I wanted that letter attached that I had given you guys at the meeting saying when that $1 million was negotiated. And then also on the agenda, it did not mention that the meeting was called by yourself, Joanne Hilton, the now Mayor Pro Tem. It just said in the agenda that Mayor Pro Tem had called the meeting on the original agenda. And I'm saying that everyone called this special meeting, was not called by one, and that on the that item that I had given you, it was for $1 million. It was not for some other amount. It was negotiated in September. So everything is in place. I like to clean up things.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes. So that's a receiving file also.
I have a comment on that as well. Yeah, this is the kind of thing where it's a little bit deceiving to the public. We had a serious problem, and I did initiate and solicited my 2 colleagues to call a special meeting. And that's why my name was on the staff report, because I did it. There was a big problem, and we have a solution to the problem. We had to call a special meeting because you MOC, you didn't put it on the agenda, and you didn't call a special meeting. So I had to initiate calling a special meeting, and that's what we did. So we had a problem, we brought forward a solution, and this is the type of thing that gives politicians a bad name. It's a little bit deceiving to put it on the agenda in this manner. But fortunately, we had a solution, and putting on the agenda like this did raise the eyebrows of Marathon Petroleum Corporation, Shippers Transport Express, and others as to, once an agreement was made, why are we going back to discuss the agreement? Well, it's a receive and file, which is good, but we really need to not do these kind of things where it's like we're changing history, we're changing it. We had as I repeat, we had a problem, we brought forward a solution, and it worked. So I don't think we should be putting in the record that it happened differently than it happened. It happened because I called a special meeting. If I had not, we would have missed the deadline and the whole agreement would have collapsed.
There was no deadline and it needs to be clarified, and that's what I did. Thank you for your comments.
Well, there was a deadline. You were unaware of it, possibly.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Item 34 is pulled by Councilman Deere, the mobile home park zoning ordinance amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Item number 34 is an update on the mobile home zoning ordinance amendment. This was also a receive and file, Madam Mayor and Council. And it's for your review this evening.
And Councilman Deere pulled it. What were your concerns? Councilman Deere.
Yes, thank you. I had requested at the last council meeting, as I had at previous council meetings, that we take action on this. This item tonight is merely a non-action receive and file, an update. I think we have had enough updates and we need to move forward. We need to solve this problem. And I'm all about results and not delays. So on this particular agenda item, I just want it clear for the record, because I know you like clarification, MOC, that I asked for an action item to move forward, to give staff direction to bring this ordinance to the Planning Commission and then to the City Council for adopting. Not just an update that just delays it even further. So I just want it very clear to the public that what I'm asking for is action on a mobile home park zoning ordinance. I'm not asking for an update because we've had lots of updates, and that's all that's on there is the update. And you know, the MOC, the mayor, she says that she'll put anything on the agenda that any of her colleagues asked to go on the agenda. Well, I asked for something and it's not on the agenda today. It's only this non-action item. So that's my statement on the issue. And I hope in the future we will have action on this zoning. Thank you very much.
And I just want to clarify, because we did agree as a body that it will be handled through the general plan, which was coming back, and that's why it's an update. And I'm also, and that's what this item says. So when the general plan is completed, and that's what we as a body agreed upon, because our city attorney gave us an alternative, and we agreed that it will be handled through the general plan.
Well, if the general plan, I'm sorry, if you're complete, if the general plan takes months and months and months to complete, we're doing a disservice to the Carson residents, particularly the mobile home park residents. So the general plan should not be the end all and be all for this ordinance. So we can create the ordinance and at least have it in place, ready to go. So I would like to have our city council direct staff to bring forward a plan of action that includes what the ordinance would look like. So
Well,
let me ask, before you go on, let me ask the city attorney, because this is a receive and file, can we give direction as a city council to staff on the mobile home park zoning ordinance amendment tonight?
It's a receive and file. We do have the council's direction, Mayor Pro Tem, and I'm happy to talk to you about this tomorrow. Sorry, Councilman Dior. We were instructed at a previous meeting by the council to bring 2 ordinances back. One of them is to do the overlay zone of the mobile home park for the entirety of the city through the general plan amendment, which is going to the Planning Commission in March. And so that's well underway, and we're working with the consultants to draft that overlay zone, which would include all of the mobile home parks within the city. And there was another ordinance that we had talked about, which staff and I are working on, and we intend to take it to the Planning Commission, either the second meeting in February or the first meeting in March.
Okay, well, thank you for telling us that tonight. That's very valuable information, and it was not in the report. So,
my pleasure.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear you explaining what really is happening.
Well,
and I'm anxious to get both of those ordinances. And if you like, Madam City Attorney, I will talk with you offline about that.
Absolutely.
And I would like to get the draft formulated, and I'd like to see what it looks like.
Absolutely.
With input from residents and your staff and myself and other council members if they want to have input as well.
And the council may consider at the appropriate time forming a subcommittee where we can then take the ordinances and educate the mobile home park residents about them. It's just that we're not there yet. We need to make sure that we're crossing our T's, dotting all of our I's, and giving the city legally risk-free ordinance because as we know, we have litigious park owners here, and our objective is to draft a protective ordinance that will withstand legal challenge so it can be meaningful for your residents.
And please remind them of the conversation. And also, thank you, because this is what the body agreed to. It comes back in the general plan.
I'll call you tomorrow, Councilman Deere, so we can go over the format of it, and I'll give you more details.
Thank you very much. I'm interested in the true facts.
Yes.
I appreciate that very much.
Yes, Councilwoman.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And this is a question, or maybe just a clarification for you, Sunny. So when it gets to the planning in March, okay, I heard you correctly, it's in March. At that point, how much time, approximate time, would it take to come up with a plan? Just so that the community needs to know that, okay, this is what we're working on, this is the start date, and it's going to take however weeks or months to get this together.
So the process will be that there will be a public, so by the time it gets to the public hearing, there will be the document, the instrument will be drafted. So whether it's the overlay zone within the general plan, that will be within the general plan. So it's not, we're not going to the Planning Commission to just start a process. It will go to the Planning Commission with the overlay zone already articulated in the general plan. And the general plan will have to have public hearings. There's going to be time for challenge. It could be a couple of months before it is fully implemented. The other ordinance that I'm talking about, and I don't want to get too in detail. No.
Could we have it in
I forgot how to speak English. I don't want to get into much detail about that other ordinance. But that one, again, once it goes to the Planning Commission, then it comes to the council. So it will take 2 meetings before it's fully implemented.
Okay, at least a couple of months, what we're looking at.
Yes.
Okay. Just as long as the community knows that and they understand the process and how much time we will need to get it done correctly.
Absolutely.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. What's our next item?
Yes, Madam Mayor, that concludes your consent calendar. We actually just one item left, which is the COVID update.
Is that it?
And that's on your discussion. Yes, ma'am, before finishing up your closed session.
Right, that's item number 30. No.
37.
37. 37.
Yes, ma'am.
Item number 37.
Yes, ma'am. Item number 37 is a COVID update. And our Director of Community Services, Robert Lennox, is chomping at the bit to provide that update. So I'll allow Mr. Lennox to go ahead and do so.
Excuse me. Thank you, Acting City Manager, and good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I'll keep this brief as I know everyone's eager to wrap up the meeting. As we deal with the sort of remnants of the Omicron variant, there's only been a few updates to provide to the council and to the community. Notably, there still is daily positive test results in the 45,000 range. That tends to waver from week to week, but it still is very high. Additionally, as you were informed at the last meeting, there is a recommendation from County Health to utilize N95 and KN95 level masks when indoors. Alternatively, people are recommended to utilize masks that really pass the see-through test. If you can hold up that mask to light, and if you can see through it, then it should not be used for indoor purposes. But if it is blocking light, then it can be used for indoor purposes. Additionally, there is still a testing shortage at various sites. Really, it's less about the tests and more about the test results, as many of the labs have continued to be impacted by the increased number of people testing. We experienced that over the holiday weekend, notably the New Year's, and now into the long weekend we just finished. That is intended to subside, and labs are starting to get a little bit better at returning results for all the testing that's been going on. Next slide, please. And this slide, I won't go over in great detail. Really, it's just to remind the council of some of the changes in the quarantining periods due to Omicron for those folks who have been vaccinated and boosted. There are varying amounts of time you should wait to really re-engage the population after you've quarantined, depending on your level of vaccination. And then there's also some recommendations from the county regarding quarantining after traveling, independent of whether you've contracted COVID-19 or not. Next slide, please. And then just wanting to highlight that the city staff, at the recommendation of the Disaster Council, did secure a new provider to provide COVID testing for both walk-up of PCR as well as rapid antigen testing. That will commence this Thursday, and it will occur on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 4 to 8 p.m., as well as Saturdays from noon till 4 p.m. This testing opportunity is free. Again, walk-up is welcome, although it does help the provider if registration is done ahead of time. This is just a screenshot of the flyer that was generated for this opportunity. We will continue to provide these testing opportunities as long as needed, and we will make modifications if there's a demand for other time slots. These time slots were recommended simply to allow the public a little more accessibility to testing opportunities. Previously, testing has been almost exclusively held on Wednesdays during the middle of the day when a lot of folks are either at work or obviously missing the weekend period where people can get to it after having possibly been exposed to others in their social circles. So This will start again on Thursday, and we encourage the public to use their pre-registration link. I believe that's the last slide, but I'm happy to answer any questions in that.
Question after you speak.
Yeah, the company, I forgot the name of that we contracted with. Have they started already? They've started?
The company.
The company.
Yes, Madam Mayor, the company that you're referring to is the one that was on the flyer that I just mentioned.
Uh-huh.
Yes, their first testing date will be this Thursday.
Oh, okay. They're starting this Thursday. Okay.
That's right.
Now they have like, again, I met with him. He didn't meet with the entire city council. He met with me. So guys start asking the questions. They have the ability to do 5,000 tests per day. Is that correct?
Yeah, they have a fairly high capacity. They have worked with many large customers and clients. I think most recently this particular provider did testing for Six Flags Magic Mountain.
Right.
The last couple of days, I believe they also did testing for Universal Studios. So they have another one, I believe, is a school district. So they are very active, especially with walk-up treatment, because there's a lot of folks that may not have access to the internet to be able to do registration. So they offer a variety of service that we felt our residents could really benefit from.
Did they work out the parking with you?
Yes. Yeah. So on that flyer, what we determined was going to be most beneficial was to offer testing at 4 locations throughout the city. So there on that flyer, and Kevin, if you're able to put that back up, you'll see.
My head was down.
Yeah, and I apologize, I didn't mention that during the update. Essentially, we try to find 4 locations where parking would be able to accommodate folks, and you can see here Veterans Park, Dolphin Park, Hoysia Park, and Stevenson Park. And those will happen simultaneously. The upside with this testing provider as well is that they do cover the complete staffing needs. So city staff would not have to be providing traffic control or even administering the tests like we have been in the past. So this is a great benefit to us so our staff can get back to doing their normal services to the community.
So I wanted to point that out. So they'll be having staff at all 4 of these sites, freeing up our staff to do their job. So I want to make sure we point that out. And then our, what's the name of our other old company? Have they been notified or what? We keep them on for shots.
Wait, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But just to confirm, these 4 locations, Madam Mayor, are each in each district. So that way, there's one district representative for the community, and so and then we have another company that will handle our employee testing. So Robert and his team has done a great job in being able to really amalgamate the 2. And then again, as you stated, U.S. Health Fairs will continue to provide the vaccines and boosters.
Okay, very good. So I'm pleased to hear that we were able to work out the staffing because that was a concern. Okay.
I have a question too for Robert Lennox. So these sites, Veterans Park, Dolphin Park, Hoysia Park, and Stevenson Park, these are going to be every Tuesday and Thursday from 4 to 8, every Saturday from noon to 4, indefinitely, or is there a time certain when we know that they've contract needs to be renewed or something like that? I know it depends on the pandemic and those judgments have to be made, but do we have an idea? We can tell people that the next 4 weeks they'll be there, or what can we tell the general public? Robert?
Yeah, I appreciate the question, Councilman. Yes, the intention is to continue the testing as needed. We don't know how frequent the test demand will be. If the holiday season was an indication, we would probably stick with this for at least a month, possibly 2. And then if it tapers off, then we could consider reducing testing. But this provider has been really great in working with us and understands that there may be ebbs and flows, and they will be available at this frequency if we need them through the rest of the fiscal year if needed. And so we have an MOU that we're drafting with them to lock them in through, now through the end of the fiscal year, and then we could consider extending that beyond at the pleasure of the Disaster Council.
All right, thank you. That answers my question.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Yeah, I just thank you for that report. Robert, have we reached out to other city governments or even federal grants, other vendors regarding take-home test kits for residents, just to reduce the amount of in-person testing? Have we looked into that?
Not as at this moment, Councilwoman. I believe that indication, that notice just came at the end of last week, and residents will be able to order their test kits that are free from the government online, right? I believe it's 4 per household, and they would order it through the Postal Service, and it would be mailed to them. But we can look into that and see how we can help facilitate it for those who may not be able to register themselves to get those. We can take a look at those.
Yes, I mentioned that because, my daughter is a competitive figure skater in a team, and they travel, so they are required to have their own test kits. And there's a couple of vendors. I mean, obviously these aren't free, but it would be good if the city of Carson, if we did reach out maybe to some federal grants that would give us that for some people that could not get to a testing site. If the staff or the council would agree on that, maybe we could look into that.
Yeah.
And
we actually, Councilwoman, just to answer your question, and then Robert somewhat alluded to it. And so, he was correct. United States Postal Service, they do have their website. And so we actually going to be posting that information out and disseminating it out to our residents, because there is a local website. I can give it to you. I apologize, I don't have it for the screen, but it's special.usps.com. And that allows for resident households anywhere in the U.S. can order a set of 4 free COVID test kits. And so again, that's special.usps.com, United States Postal Service, and you can order your 4 free testing kits. And so we'll make sure that we get that information disseminated out to the residents here in Carson. And there's also some other sites that provide free testing kits as well. One of the reasons that we're a little hesitant about these home testing kits is for 2 things. One, it doesn't clear you if you are been exposed or you become positive, because the testing kits aren't as sensitive as, say, a PCR test. And so therefore it's not always picking up a positive test. That's number one. Number 2, for our intents and purposes for employees, if they're to return to work, they have to return to work with a doctor signed notification or evidence of clearance of a negative COVID test. And that can only be through a PCR or a signed, registered at-home antigen test. And so by all means, we want everyone to have the opportunity to obtain these free tests, but just I want our employee population to know anyways that this isn't a opportunity to use your testing in-home kit to come back to work without proper notification and determination. So just wanted to clarify that. But yes, U.S. Postal Services, where you can get your free testing kit up to 4 per residence. And then again, we will have that posted for information for others to obtain.
David, also, and to my councilwoman, is www.covidtest.gov. That's the site. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. That's the other one.
That's the other one. And you can get 4, just the site just opened today, 4 free tests that you can get. Is www.covid.gov.
And that's great. Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, David, for that information. I think that would be
Yes.
essential for the community to know that.
Please, yes, and it's
Get that
important.
information.
It's important for the residents to also know that if those tests aren't being delivered from anywhere within a United States postal address, do not utilize it.
Yes.
So if it comes from, and I'm not saying that there are ones that aren't good outside of the country, but you shouldn't be obtaining those. They should be from a United States address.
Yeah, there may be knockoffs that aren't effective.
Like that N95 mask. But again, I'm going to repeat it, www.covidtests.gov. And David, you can put that on the webpage. It opened up today.
Yes, ma'am, we'll do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can you hear me? To the staff, to David, you know, we have the 4 sites that we are going to start doing the testing. We still have masks that we have in the warehouse, the N95 ones. We need, and those were the original ones that we got some time back. We need to get those out to those sites to be distributed to residents who come and get their testing.
Okay, we could do that, sir. So we did disseminate through Rubik, our Delucian, our risk manager. We did disseminate through our several facilities here in the city, as well as our employees. But we'll ensure with Robert's team that we get those disseminated out to our parks, so that way once when residents are coming to get tested, they can also have we provide those KN95 masks that we have in storage.
And some of them were surgical masks on top of that as well.
We have some surgical masks as well, yes.
Okay.
David, are they N95s, KN95s or N95s?
So the N9, what we have are KN95s, councilmen's, and so the difference between those and the N95s, the N95s are the FDA approved, right. Specifically manufactured here in the U.S. The KN95s are FDA approved also, but they're not necessarily manufactured here in the U.S.
Primarily China, I've read KN95s. Yeah,
that's correct, sir.
But they don't have the rating as a N95 does, a KN95. It helps, but it doesn't help as much.
Correct. The N95s have the highest rating that FDA provides. The KN95 does have it's a slightly lesser rating, still effective, but yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
And I think I'd want to highlight to through the acting city manager that the inventory that we have in warehouse right now, we certainly can distribute as much of that as possible. We also, though, want to ensure we keep enough of those for city staff to use as we move forward in the weeks ahead, because they are disposable. And in the past, city staff have been able to utilize either their own personal cloth masks or surgical ones that they've procured. But the city itself is going to be furnishing city staff with at very least the KN95 level to use on a daily basis while they are on the job. So we'll have to find that balance so that we don't burn through those more quickly than we can accommodate and provide to staff as well.
Okay. Thank you. Any more comments? Okay. Before I forget, because I know we have to go into closed session and memorial adjournments, but council members, especially Councilwoman Rojas, commissions, committees, and boards is going to be on the next agenda. Please have your list of appointees, recommendations at that time. It'll be on the next agenda, and I don't want to forget it. We're almost still. Okay. Memorial adjournments.
As they're getting the memorial adjournments, Madam Mayor, we have a motion to go past 11. It's 10. How long is the closed session going to be?
Oh, yeah. I'll entertain a motion to extend this meeting past 11 o'clock.
I'll move that way to do it past 11. Yeah, we may have to do that.
Yeah, we got 6 more items.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Madam City Clerk, we will go back.
Yes, calling the vote. Councilmember Bocatia Rojas?
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Gier?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hilton?
With hesitation, yes.
Wait a minute.
Yes.
You shouldn't talk so much.
And Madam Mayor Lula Davis Holmes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Memorial adjournments, Madam City Clerk.
It's me again. I have 4 names that were submitted. Phyllis Denise Bates Johnson, Rodquise Beezer, Antonio Conquila, and Jonathan Flagler.
Okay. And next, you had one person that wanted to speak on all communications for matters not listed on the agenda, Madam Clerk?
I did, Madam Mayor, and I will admit that person at this time.
Okay. All adjournments, Madam City Clerk. Me again. I have 4 names that were...
Sir, we're back. We're going to ask that you mute your other device, please.
Johnson.
Okay.
Okay, you have 3 minutes to address the council at this time regarding a non-agendized item. That's correct, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Can they hear me?
They sure can.
All right. This is William Coons. I'd like to talk about something that's, I'm on the Environmental Commission and I'm the acting chair. Right now we have 3 vacancies, and we have 6 out of 9 filled positions and 3 vacancies, and then we have 3 alternates. So what bothers me is these aren't getting filled, and for the 3rd council meeting, there's been no commission appointments on the agenda. So, and I don't know if other commissions are the same, but many of them are starting up in January, February timeframe, and they need to have more commissioners appointed, or they're going to have quorum problems, which we almost had this last meeting. We almost had a quorum problem. We just barely made it. Our quorum is 5 out of 9, and we had 7, including the alternates. So, so that we don't have, I'd like to suggest that as soon as possible, at the next meeting, that we put this on the agenda again and we make commission appointments. Next reason, Councilwoman Arlene Rojas has not been allowed to make her appointments for any commission, as far as I know. So she should be allowed to make her appointments. And if you don't put it on the agenda, she can't do it. So please, let's put commissions on the agenda and let's make appointments so we can fill these commissions so they don't have a quorum problem this month and next month when a lot of them are just starting up again after the pandemic recess. Okay, thank you. That's what I've got. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Coons.
Thank you. Thank you. Before we adjourn to closed session on more communication, Dave, we need to discuss these commission agendas of meetings because we were supposed to start this month. And with COVID, I don't know if you started any of those commission meetings yet.
Some of them we have, Madam Mayor, but I know that you, I think you were interested in having updates done at the first meeting of every month on these commissions. So
but I know we have the public work, economic development planning, Parks and Rec, women's issues, and another one that we authorized to meet.
The Human Relations Commission.
Human Relations. So let's put that on the agenda as well. We'll discuss it in the Disaster Council also.
And we also have the Environmental Commission.
I call the Environmental. Okay. Council members request to add items to future agendas.
I've got a couple of items, Madam Mayor. One is, of course, the what we call the Dictator Amendment.
One that you implemented.
That's the one that.
The one that you brought all the guidelines and Albro was added.
No, you're very confused. You remember after you were reelected and I was elected again to the city council and I was and you and I were both delayed by 63 days
Yeah.
to be sworn in by the former mayor. And 3 council members voted to create an ordinance, which is an amendment to the agenda ordinance. The amendment required that if council members wanted to put something on the agenda and the mayor didn't want to do that it required a 2/3 vote. Well, 2/3 vote is a supermajority, and that's not very democratic. But you agreed with me about that, and you actually attempted to stop that from happening, but accidentally it fell through. Your attempt fell through. So when we campaigned for mayor, both you and I, we campaigned on the idea that we're going to get rid of that dictator amendment, which requires a 2/3 or 4 out of 5 council members to put something on the agenda. In a democratic system, a majority of a city council in probably any city in the state of California could put something on the agenda. But in Carson, 3 council members, a majority, cannot put something on the agenda if whoever is the mayor, you or someone else, doesn't want that to happen. So it gives the mayor actually a pre-veto, meaning that instead of a majority wanting to consider discussion or introduction of an ordinance, 3 council members, again a majority, cannot do that. So you had agreed with me that it was a bad idea. You and I campaigned against it, but then once you got elected, you changed your mind. And so that's why I'm asking you to reconsider. Please reconsider this item, bring it forward and do away with it, because you've stated publicly that you as the mayor are going to be willing to put anything on the agenda that any of your 4 colleagues request. You state that publicly, but you don't do it in action. So I'm asking you to do it. So that's one. Second one, of course, as we talked about earlier tonight in the council meeting, is the mobile home park zoning ordinance. The residents of the mobile home park in Carson are waiting for this ordinance. You again said that you like the idea, you support the residents, you're for it, but your actions are opposite from your words. And so that's why I'm asking you very politely, as a gentleman, to you to please put both of these on the agenda. Thank you very much.
And we already discussed the mobile home park ordinance. We just discussed it.
Yes, we did.
Yes,
so
we
I'm
did.
asking for
and
it.
that's the way it's going to happen, the way we discussed and the way we agreed.
Well, the agenda item says,
okay,
council members request to add items to the future agendas. That's the item we're on right now.
It'll be added.
That's
when we finish the general plan. That's when it'll be added.
Yeah. Okay. So the
That's
joke
when
is
it'll be handed.
it'll be added in our lifetime, I hope.
Well,
thank you very much for that.
It's amazing
I appreciate
that when
you
you
saying
were mayor,
that publicly. I just want, you saying it publicly, and I appreciate that.
it will be added when we get to it.
Okay, I understand, but
at the time.
based on your history as the mayor, I just want it to happen. Let's get action on this.
Well, based upon your history, when you were the mayor, you controlled the entire agenda. This whole thing started with you as mayor. You.
Lula, that's simply not true. You're telling a lie because you're trying to cover up for the fact.
You had 3 votes to keep items off the agenda. And you, okay, fine.
Let me complete my sentence and then you can talk. Okay.
I'm done with talking.
You said you didn't like the amendment. You tried to stop it and you were not successful. But now you're mayor, you want to keep that. When I was mayor, it only required 3 council members to put something on the agenda. That's democratic.
And now, I could never put nothing on.
You've never put anything on the agenda?
Never when you were mayor. You stopped me every minute of the way with 3 votes. So it's neither here nor there, Jim.
That's not true.
Okay, fine.
Anyway, you're making now.
Fine.
All right, well, okay.
It was
excuse me, the point is that you said you would do it. We,
and
the
I told you no.
Excuse me.
And I told you no.
Of Carson are just asking you to follow through what you said you would do. Keep your word. That's all I'm asking. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What else? I thought you had a
Those two, those two
Let's
are
go to
fine.
closed
I'm fine
session.
with those two.
How about
Okay,
that?
who else want to add items? No one? Let's recess to closed session for unfinished business.
I haven't got a link to go into closed session.
They're waiting for a link.
Councilman Deere, you should have, oh, there you go. We are live.
Madam Mayor.
Mayor, I think you're muted. We are live.
Okay, we're back. So, Madam City Attorney, could you report out on closed session items, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A closed session was held pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9E1 because there is a significant exposure to litigation in one case. No reportable action was taken. The closed session was held pursuant to Government Code Section 549.9D1 in two matters: in the matter of Maria versus City of Carson and in the matter of Andrea versus City of Carson, both workers' comp cases. No reportable action was taken. Another closed session was held pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9E1 because there is a significant exposure to litigation in one case and there was no reportable action. And that concludes my report.
Okay. Well, if there's no further comments, we've completed more memorial adjournments. This meeting is now adjourned at 11:48. I made it.
Good night.
Good night.